to go, Nick.
You should be good to go. I'm going to make you the host again.
Okay.
If anyone wants to share the link with their family or friends, you can click that top left button and copy sharing link. And we should be good to go.
Okay, it looks like Sam is the co-host. Is that right?
Yeah, and you're the host.
Okay. All right, fine then. Looks like everybody's here. Thank you very much for your promptness, everyone. And I think everybody knows everybody because this is an all Tulane faculty start here. So welcome. And since I guess nobody really needs an introduction, in order to try to stay on time, let's get right to it. And introduce Camille, who will start us off. And you can share your screen, and the rest of us can also look on concept board if you want to have a separate screen that you can navigate and mark on.
Yeah, I'll share my screen, and then in concept board, I'm the second from the right. Hi, my name is Camille Kreisel, and this is the proposal for Prospect New Orleans community and workspaces. So the site is located downtown in the Warehouse District. So in this map, you can see the relation between the site over here in yellow and the Tulane School of Architecture. So as you zoom in closer, there are several major features around the area, which I have in this short animation here, including buildings such as the Superdome Convention Center, and then transportation roads such as the Pontchartrain Expressway and the St. Charles streetcar. So the site is located on the edge of the block between Camp Street and Andrew Higgins Boulevard. And it sits between the Contemporary Art Center and the World War II Museum, as well as across the street from the Ogden Museum. So in this axon view, you can see these major landmarks around the building, as well as in the bottom right here, the exit from the expressway. So the main client is Prospect New Orleans, a citywide contemporary art triennial that formed in 2007 in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina, and is the only exhibit of its kind in the United States. Every 3 years, Prospect invites artists and curates an exhibition in New Orleans. And then so here are some pieces just from past Prospect projects. And then here are some photos of the site where you can see the World War II Museum, the CAC, the Ogden, and then the site in its current state here in the bottom right as a parking lot. So this concept arose from creating a linear core that was inserted into the building, providing more access to sunlight throughout the building. The core also contains all points of vertical circulation, as well as an atrium connecting all sides of the building easily. In this program diagram, you can see most of the public spaces, such as the gallery and community rooms, are located on the ground level, while office spaces and meeting spaces are on floors 2 through 5. And then the core contains all stairs and the elevators, as well as most of the mechanical and storage. So the ground floor contains most of the public event spaces, the cafe and bookstore, gallery, and community areas. The gallery's location on the edge of the building allows people to view it as they approach from both Camp Street and Andrew Higgins Boulevard, as well as from the exit ramp off the expressway. There are 2 main entrance points to the building, one on Camp Street and one on Andrew Higgins, allowing for the gallery and community room to operate independently from the cafe bookstore if necessary. And there is also a water retention pool located centered under the atrium in the lobby as part of the environmental strategy. The second floor is home to Prospect's offices and meeting rooms, as well as several double height spaces open to the gallery and atrium below. And then rentable office spaces begin on the 3rd floor, which also has an event room. Office spaces are arranged in strips of open workspace, and then meeting rooms and event spaces on the right. The meeting rooms on the east side also have a series of accordion doors, allowing users to change the size of the room to accommodate their needs. The fourth and fifth floors also have similar layouts, and in addition, on these floors, a tilted window and plant system lines the west side of the building along the open workspace. So here's the roof plan where you can see the split in the roof aligned with the core, and this core roof also has a blue roof in accordance with the pool on the atrium. So here's the main axon of my project. So on the west facade, you can see the tilted window and plant system, and then on the south facade is a series of perforated panels lining the office spaces. So section A cuts through the linear core, which contains both sets of fire stairs as well as the atrium stairs. And the atrium becomes larger as it continues up, allowing for the light to reach farther down to the first floor. Section B cuts through the community space, lobby, and office spaces above. Here you can see the window strategy with the plants on the west facade, as well as the roof is lifted to allow for clear-story windows that let light penetrate the center of the building. And then this section perspective cuts through the atrium again, as well as the gallery and community spaces on the first floor. So the south facade's main feature is a series of perforated panels, some operable by the users and some fixed. So when deciding on a pattern and strategy for the perforations, I looked back to Prospignola and its focus on the city itself and the local community. And as they work to support this community and benefit New Orleans, I chose to use the Mississippi River as a basis for the perforations. I then developed a grasshopper script that created circles that varied in size based on the proximity to a reference curve, in this case, the river. So the closer to the curve, the larger the perforations became, ranging in sizes from about 5 inches down to 0. And then this was the final result of those perforations. And then this is an interior view of some of the office space with those panels and this open porch area. So I focused on finding native plants for the west facade of the building, and then these were some options that could inhabit those planters by the windows. So here in this Camp Street elevation, you can see those 3 layers of planters on the building. So the linear core also hosts a blue roof. From there, in order to lessen and slow the volume of water reaching the ground, stormwater can be diverted towards the window planters and the central pool in the lobby. And then from there, it can slowly filter into the ground. So the series of linear strips, as well as the operable windows on the west facade, allow for air to easily ventilate through the building, passing through the plants and cycling through office spaces up and through the atrium, exiting from the clear-story windows, which can be opened to accommodate this strategy. And then these sun diagrams show the light at different angles on the west facade. And then also when researching plants, I kept in mind this condition of like direct and bright sunlight and looked for plants that could also accommodate this condition. And then this is an interior view of the office spaces with this window strategy. So the structural system for this proposal is a concrete 2-way flat plate with drop panels with base sizes ranging from 20 to 30 feet and concrete slabs 12 inches thick. In addition, 2 concrete beams span the length of the atrium for additional support, and a steel transfer beam allows a structural column to be removed from the middle of the community room on the first floor. And then in these life and safety diagrams, the location of the fire stairs at either ends of the core allow for easy access and egress from all points in the building. So the mechanical system for this proposal is an exposed VRF system with a vertical supply chase on each floor and a DOAS located in the second floor mechanical room. And then this facade detail is of the exterior stone composite cladding, which is mostly featured on the linear core. And then this facade detail focuses on the operable panels, which are encased in a metal frame that allows them to have a central pivot so that they can be opened in either direction. In addition, the gallery beneath has a suspended ceiling system that hides the supply ducts and other pipes through a series of wooden slats and linear track lights. And then here's an axon detail of that condition. And then behind the operable panels is an exterior porch condition that connects to the office spaces on the 3rd through 5th floors. And then I will leave you with this view of a few drawings. Thank you.
Thank you, Camille. Okay, we'll invite all of our guest critics to unmute themselves and offer your wisdom.
Hi, Camille.
Hi.
Thanks for a very thorough and clear presentation. It's been a real pleasure to see the project develop. I was on your mid-review, so I remember where the project was and the sort of edits and modifications you've made since, all of which I think are in the right direction. So the project has gotten much stronger. And I really just want to kind of commend you on the clarity of the project, the clarity of the spatial organization and the kind of spatial hierarchy that you've established. The bar of core, I think, is particularly effective. I think there's still opportunity on the upper floors, like floors 3 and 4, to heighten a bit of contrast between within the field of open office. So that is facing west versus the kind of second bar, I think you could start to accentuate difference. So perhaps the west open bar of office could be sort of like a lounge space, or I wonder if there's just different types of office settings that could play out within your different bars, because the sort of pronouncement of the language of the bars is very kind of clear on the first floor. And then I think it starts to get a little bit more ambiguous, the clarity on the upper floors, how it's behaving sort of as an organizational guide. And then lastly, when it comes to your south facade and the kind of perforation pattern, I think it's beautiful. I also think, at least for me, I'd be more happy if the perforation pattern had a stronger relationship to the interior parameters than it did to some kind of arbitrary external conditions such as the river. That seems to be, for me, the kind of weakest kind of link that the project makes. So it is facing south. That is your kind of most harsh and direct light. So it seems like a very appropriate strategy. The patterning, I think, can have a stronger link to its performance on the interior.
Yeah, I think I considered that, and I was kind of like between a couple of options, and I think in the end I started to see it as kind of almost kind of like a billboard from like the expressway, and just thinking about like the approach and the first thing people saw. So that was the direction I ended up going in.
I think in that case, you might need to provide that kind of visual evidence in your presentation.
Okay.
So if you want the kind of project to behave that way, let's see the project from that specific vantage point.
Okay.
Hey, Camille. Yeah, I completely agree with everything that Carrie said. I mean, I thought the presentation was lovely, and I think I really appreciate the introduction, how you were talking about Prospect as a client and how this building would work for them. Yeah, I thought the linear core was super clear. Initially, I was like, oh, maybe some of the services should be moved out of that core. So it's kind of a more open atrium space. But as you kind of went through the plans and kind of like talked us through the narrative of your space, I thought it was all pretty clear and helpful. I think we probably could have seen maybe a little bit more of perspective views. Like I know there's that one interior on the office floor, but it doesn't have any like interior furnishings. So it kind of looks like a very open, maybe it was a gallery space and I'm misreading the image, but it would be helpful to kind of get a better sense of like, what is it like to be working in this space? Because I'm thinking about like, as the sun goes over and sets on that west facade, like that's gonna be a lot of light streaming into these workspaces, and be interesting to see like how your facade system mitigates that, like those direct rays on that facade. And I totally agree with everything that Carrie said about the grasshopper script. I think like now that you're starting to get into that, you could have maybe applied multiple parameters to it. So like you're starting off with this abstract pattern of the river, but then you're also bringing in like angles and directionality of the sun. And it's just kind of like the start of your grasshopper journey. It doesn't need to be like a flat metal sheet. Like you can get into it's like a double layer facade and thinking about like where holes align with each other. So it's a really exciting start to what you can kind of continue to work on.
Yeah, I think I really just scratched the surface with the facade, and I really would have liked to go deeper.
Yeah, because
with
you
that
have those
one.
balconies too. So there's like
Mhm.
possibilities of like glass frit patterns that are like relating to the holes on the perforations. So you can have some really interesting duality and like some really interesting maybe physical model studies of like how you're like laser cutting like sheet material and then acrylic and then kind of like holding those over each other, and to get some really nice like 1 inch equals 1 foot models to kind of explore that materiality.
I think that fritting could also help manage some of your radiant exposure too, particularly on the west side. I think the interior. I'm sorry, Nick. I feel like I cut you off. I'm sorry, Nick.
Oh no, I'm good. You go ahead, Jesse.
I think the interior space planning elements. Intuitively, I feel like it's an inversion of your common space to your. That is the workspaces and the conference rooms relative to the common workspace. It almost feels like it should be inverted to the west side, where the common areas actually brush up against the exterior. And it feels like it's somewhat underutilized at that key corner, actually looking towards the expressway. Part of that too is also would have liked to have seen a little bit more on your interior daylighting or your daylighting strategy. Because I think that that's probably critical to how you think about some of that interior space planning. The plant system is also sort of interesting. I'm not sure that I'm so convinced that the plants that you selected would necessarily be in service of some radiant management, for instance, or other environmental performance measures. I think that what it makes sense what you're talking about in terms of the stormwater, but that stormwater may actually just overwhelm the roots and the root systems, and it may just be too much too quick. And in dry periods, it may be more difficult to actually keep those plants radiated. So the palmetto is really interesting. I mean, I really enjoy that, or I kind of think about that because. Anyway, I don't want to burden you with it, but I think plant research is going to be probably key to get into that further. Also, yeah, I think you almost need a backup strategy. What happens if the plants just die and it doesn't work? Because it's like a 50-50 shot sometimes whether this works. And what does that leave you with, right? How do you fill that void? And how does that void serve two purposes in the events that the plants don't work? The angle of the operable windows and whether you want operable windows at all is sort of questionable depending on what your HVAC strategy is. I think for this, I mean, it may make sense for flushing overnight and things like that, but I'm guessing that the nighttime temperatures relative to humidity really make that a challenge, and you probably don't want to give so much control to people to be able to open those windows. And I think also the angle relative to the slope of the facade may create some kind of condensation problems too with the temperature differential. So there may be a kind of unintended consequences of how you set that up. I could be wrong. It's just somewhat intuitive there. And finally, the grasshopper script, I mean, this has been done, you know, so many ways. I think it's really interesting. I think Nick was kind of leading you in absolutely the right direction with that. It's not particularly legible in your drawings necessarily about where that comes out, but nonetheless, I think it's very interesting. And overall, let me just say, it's really a wonderful building, and I could really get a sense of what you were trying to do here, and I really appreciate the integrated aspects in terms of occupancy and the other things. Oh, one final thing is the selection of the electrical and the fire pumps on the ground floor. I don't know if that's for code reasons that you had to have that on the ground floor, but that seemed like prime space that was otherwise being eaten up on the ground floor, given the experience that you set up for us at that ground plane. So overall, it's just really a wonderful project.
Thank you.
Camille, I agree with everything that has been said before, so it's difficult to add anything else. But, I really like the clarity of the project and the rigor and the precision of the project, and I think it's a very complete, very thorough. It makes sense. I was also thinking, what if that spine of services and courtyard would be more to the interior or not? But actually, you have convinced me. Like you have convinced also Nick. So I think from the inside of the building, I think it really works well, and it really is a very good building. There might be some opportunities there with the structure because you have quite big spans. 30 feet is quite a lot for a flat slab of 12. And it's not about getting picky with the structure itself, but about the opportunities that the challenge can bring you, especially when you go to the auditorium, in which the span goes to 55 feet, if I'm correct.
Yes.
Definitely a lot, which actually asks you for some architectural thinking about how to solve that structure, even three-dimensionally, in terms of what is the expression of the structure in the ceiling, what is the structure, the vertical structure that will receive that much load, so that space could have a structural expression that could enrich this space and the building. Even thinking vertically with the level of the ground, because you have elevated everything, but that you could go down again to the initial level, for instance, of the street level, and have some kind of vertical dimension introduced in that space. That's the only piece I think that you might explore more in the inside. For the rest, I think is really good. My questions are more a little bit about the relation with the street and with the city. I totally understand that this is a project that has come inside out. You have plenty to solve, a program, structure, utilities, and all mechanicals, HVC, all kinds of things. So who cares about what's going on outside, no? But in a way, you could revisit this building that has excellent bones and see a little bit how it reacts to the city a little bit differently. My sense is that the city in relation to the outside is like a crudite salad. You can find every single piece of the components, no, as opposed to a gumbo or a stew in which the components have become something else. You have different facades, different components of the facades, the access entrances. I'm not completely convinced. I think that the corner should play some role, and then that the building can build a little bit more of city and public space. No, right now the sidewalk on the outside is just service space for the building, and you have even outsourced some of the problems of elevation relation with the street, no, with those stairs and ramps that are outside, just occupying the sidewalk. So again, this is just like a reflection for you as an architect when you design buildings, that you could introduce at some point the city and the building of the exterior space, and how you want to have a building that is one thing, as opposed to have these kind of fragments that are relating to different facades, different orientations in a not kind of crude way, not cooked, let's say. But again, it's just like asking too much, because the prompt of the studio, what you were asked to work, what is most essential is excellently done.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. I think I would have liked to maybe show a stronger connection between, the public street and a better integration of that into the building.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of an object building.
Mhm.
Building more city and more urban space, but again, that's a process.
Sorry, I was muted there. So thank you. That's really helpful, and I think thorough critique, Camille, and good presentation. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much.
All right, I think we are ready for Seth. Can you join us?
Hello.
Hi.
I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Everyone see that well?
Yes.
Amazing. Hello and good morning. My name is Seth Laskin, and this is a design proposal for the new Prospect New Orleans headquarters, a mixed-use office building with public function located at 928 Camp Street in New Orleans. Welcome to the Hive. Prospect New Orleans is an organization based in New Orleans that invites artists from all over the world to create projects in a variety of venues spread throughout the city. They bring new art to an old city by inviting artists from around the globe to engage with the city and raising the voices of artists who represent the global South. Many Prospect projects are rooted in social justice issues and the city of New Orleans itself. They aim to be a global model for crafting equal and inclusive communities, as they put it, one voice, one creation, one daring question at a time. The site for this project is on the cusp of downtown New Orleans, a bustling area with a non-uniform urban fabric. This collage-like non-uniformity of materiality, scale, and use of buildings here allow for an open-ended approach to this design, one that has potential to be an icon for the city. This site map highlights major roadways adjacent to the site, highlighted in red. The extent of roads that offer easy access establish this site as an accessible zone to individuals all throughout New Orleans. In addition, there are many attractions adjacent to the site, like the Superdome, the Smoothie King Arena, the Convention Center, and more closely, the Ogden Contemporary Arts Center and the National World War II Museum. The newly renamed Leah Chase Circle and Lafayette Square offer some public gathering spaces near the site as well. This is the site in relation to those areas. These are photos taken on the site. The existing context of significant museums and galleries positions this site to be a highly trafficked area, making public access to the building that more important. The site is located in Zone CBD3 of the Central Business District zoning ordinance. Within these zones restrictions, the dimensions of the site are 134 feet by 117.5 feet, considering the required access road of at least 15 feet for access to the Contemporary Arts Center. Upon approaching the site, several strategies were used to establish a clear organizational strategy and partie. First, fill the site to optimize square footage. Then create a setback for public use and access to encourage individuals to access the public amenities. In developing environmental strategies and a unique interior experience, a central courtyard is punched out and connected to the main entry, paying homage to traditional French Quarter carriageways, a classic method of passive cooling in New Orleans that this building attempts to reinvent. A structural grid is then devised around this courtyard, allowing for the organization of the program. The service zone and cell space hug the public spaces such as the co-working spaces and lounge spaces. This is reflected on the exterior of the building as the matte polycarbonate panels hug the aluminum panels that envelop the hive of workers inside. The building utilizes a hybrid structural system with concrete columns and beams on the ground floor as is required by occupancy type, while the upper floors of the building rely on mass timber columns and glulam beams. 2 concrete shear walls rest at the northwest and southeast corners of the building to absorb lateral loads. A 5-layer CLT decking is then applied to the system. A 1-foot open plenum rests on that CLT as this building relies on underfloor air duct systems to maintain a cool temperature throughout the year. Vertical supply lives in the northern service bar, and the ground source heat pump plunges into the earth on the ground floor. The north service bar also houses the majority of circulation. 2 fire-safe egress stairs rest at either end of the building, with the stairs and elevators open to the public from the ground floor. The setback created earlier allows for a 3-foot rise from the ground in addition to public seating outside. Many environmental strategies were considered in this design, primarily in the use of the central courtyard and the bioswale along the southern facade that is fed by gutters from the roof. The 5-story aluminum water trellis keeps water moving throughout this zone, allowing the air being pulled through the atrium to be cooled and accessed by those in outdoor terraces or in the co-working spaces, as we'll see. This also creates a unique public experience upon entering the gallery. Overall, there's a total of 6,000 gallons of water conserved on site at any given moment. These diagrams highlight location of public circulation and egress. This diagram illustrates the concrete system on the ground floor and the similar mass timber system on the upper floors. Similarly, this diagram highlights floor diffusers within the UFAD system that supply cool air throughout the structural bays. This is a detail section illustrating the connection and integration of all of these systems. As the 5-layer CLT acts as the ceiling on each floor, there is an interweaved 3-layer panel that creates a recessed condition to house lighting and sprinklers. It also details the connection of the facade to the building. This wall axonometric zooms out in scale while maintaining a level of clarity about these integrated systems. The foundation of the building is detailed all the way up to the sloped roof to give clarity on how everything comes together. Environmental strategies also come into play with the facade. In creating a kinetic facade that uses heat-reactive bimetal panels, this design is able to reduce heat gain in preventing direct sun from entering the building, but allowing indirect sun to flood spaces with light. The first step was to create the panel, then establishing openings according to sun orientation. After establishing a grid, it's clear how the facade can follow the sun. At 10 a.m., notice the left of the facade at its closed condition. 12 p.m., 2 p.m., 4 p.m., and 6 p.m. The left, which would be the southern facade, is now open to allow indirect light from the setting sun. Here are those times of day illustrated next to each other. This is a view of the building upon approach of the site from Camp Street. This is a view from the corner of Camp Street and Andrew Higgins Boulevard. And this is a view looking down Andrew Higgins Boulevard and seeing the adjacent World War II Museum. And I'm gonna quickly pull up a video that shows that corner view and its entry into the building. And I can't click play because my Zoom is in the way. 1 second. This is the site plan of the area, illustrating the new building's footprint and its connection to the surroundings. Now let's see how the program is organized to bring these spaces to life. The ground floor plan houses public coffee shop and bookstore adjacent to the gallery, which is accessible from both the south and west ends of the building. The central courtyard offers beautiful walkways into the gallery as well. A community room for public events is located on the east end of the building, well lit by the courtyard and is accessed by the adjacent lobby to the north. The first floor is for Prospect New Orleans. Art studio space and a large open co-working space allow for peak collaboration and creativity while offering a space of work for visiting artists. Collaboration rooms on each floor act as semi-meeting rooms or breakout rooms for workers to use. This organization is then translated to the upper floors while connecting co-working spaces to bring individuals to work together even more. In addition, this offers double height zones and lots of light. This is the second floor, featuring the first double height zone that we'll see, the third, the fourth, and sorry, I think I skipped one. This is the fifth floor. The fifth floor holds an event space on the southwest corner, open to a plethora of natural light for whatever may be happening. This section from east to west cuts through the repeated lounge and patio space, in addition to vertical circulation and the vertical supply shaft through the UFAD system. The water trellis is visible in the background, offering its connection to greenery and water on each floor. When zooming out, the connection to the ground source heat pump becomes more clear for heating the building. Now we'll zoom in closer to the courtyard. This detail section illustrates the systems in play both above and beneath the water and greenery. The foundation is shown and how it correlates to the above water retention pool and water trellis circulation system. This north-south section cuts through double height work zones that are connected with individual staircases. The meeting rooms and studio are on the north end of the building, lit by punch-out windows in the concrete wall. This section also illustrates the connection of the main entry to the courtyard and how the second level hangs over this zone. Notice in this section, the windows in the west of the courtyard swing open. These windows are operable to those in the co-working spaces, allowing individuals access to a cool breeze when present. However, they may remain closed when this breeze is not present. This section perspective takes a closer look at these spaces and how those windows may be enjoyed by those working in the zones. This is an interior shot showing the Prospect workspace, a creative and collaborative space for those who work with and for Prospect New Orleans. This is a view on the fourth floor, illustrating a double height connection to the co-working space above, and this is a view in that space. I'll finish on this east to west section perspective that illustrates the beautiful views offered by the central courtyard and water trellis. These features not only offer environmentally conscious design solutions, but create unique views and beautiful lighting conditions inside the building. And I'll end on this slide with several views and details of plan, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Seth.
And I can flip back to any drawings if you need, and they're all up on concept board.
Quick question, Seth. The facade, the two vertical volumes that are side by side the screen, with the storage, fire, delivery, in one side, in both sides. What are those materials? How they relate to the screen?
I'm not sure which wall is you referring to.
So you have a screen that bends.
Yeah.
And you have two vertical pillars, let's say.
Yes.
What are those? What are those? What are the materials and how they relate to the screen?
Yeah, the materials for those, I can go to an axonometric view. Those zones are covered with a translucent polycarbonate, sort of to reflect on the exterior of the building, the interior organization, and how those zones, which are either egress or storage, don't necessarily need natural light. So like light would just be diffused in the air for any access that was needed.
So I'll jump in real quick. There's a lot I like about the building. I'm going to leave the facade to others. Not my favorite, but I just want to jump to the interior elements. I think given how I anticipate the the lighting to work with the facade, it seems like there's an opportunity to actually be a little bit more tactical about how you diffuse the light through the interior element of the building, whether that's through heloscopes. You know, I've seen vertical chandeliers. I mean, there's all kinds of things that I think you could do to actually light the building from the inside out, right? Just thematically. The idea that you would have a temperature differential on the interior of that space. Now, am I understanding that's open to the air, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the idea that you would have a temperature differential, I think is somewhat problematic. I don't think you'd have that much temperature differential, and in the fluid dynamics of these kinds of designs are extremely sensitive to surface and surface material, believe it or not. And I would anticipate that you'd need some forced ventilation or mechanical ventilation to draw that air up a little bit. Even the best buildings will have a little bit of forced convection happening there. So I'm not real convinced that I mean, maybe for flushing that may make sense, but I don't think the fluid dynamics are going to work in your favor. But it's a really interesting idea, and I really appreciate where you could go with this in terms of lighting. I also just on a different point, I think that your program to the street, and Dean Aldi brought up a very good point on the last project and that relationship to the street. I think you have a very solid program. I also think that with that bookstore and the coffee unit on the ground floor, I think there's an opportunity to actually think about a little bit of public seating and maybe even elevate the sidewalk and actually elevate the building a little bit and bring in steps. And that way you can segregate a little bit of the public, and there's a gradations to the publicness that allow for outdoor seating or draw you in a little bit. But nonetheless, I think you're very attuned to that public nature of the building on the street, and I think it's quite laudable.
Thank you.
Hey, Seth.
That's it. Go ahead, Carrie.
Okay, I agree. Seth, the courtyard is I think phenomenal, and I think that experience moving from the street under the second level, opening that up at grade and having the public have direct access to that lovely courtyard garden, I think is the strongest move in the project. And the relationship of, and this is a great view to discuss this, the relationship of the theater to the courtyard is I think also a strong link. Reminds me a little bit of Renzo Piano's New York Times building. You should check out the theater in that project. The orientation is rotated 90 degrees so that the back of the stage is actually the garden, and it's a really lovely backdrop for talks and events to occur. When it comes to your facade, a couple things that come to mind. One, if you go to the axon view, yeah, you know, you're giving away precious street frontage to those opaque spaces, the service or the core and the storage and the delivery. And you already have 2 opaque walls in the project. So, you know, organization wise, is it possible to kind of redistribute or offset that program somewhat inward, 20 feet, let's say, so that you could continue the facade that you've developed across the entirety of those 2 available spaces for presence. Or alternatively, I think formally you could inset the 2 opaque areas so that it would almost appear or create a reveal so that there was a bit of like formal distinction in the mass of the projects. I think at present, the sort of seam or the joint between the 2 is needs some finesse.
Yeah.
On the topic of the facade, not that we need to get into this too much, but this is a nonprofit, right? And this, you're proposing a very expensive facade system that's kind of mechanically operated. And so, you know, I would advocate for developing solutions that are perhaps a little more low tech. But again, you know, I really appreciate the sort of attention to kind of innovating in this regard. And certainly there are precedents of this facade type. Helioptics is one sort of reference that approaches the same scale of your sort of they're almost like lenses. Reminds me of John Nouvel's I'm forgetting the project, but another office building in which the aperture is sort of opened and closed like a camera lens.
The Arab Institute in Paris.
Right. Exactly. So yeah, I mean, I think for me, the strongest aspect of the project is that first move that he made that brings the courtyard into the street. I think that's a really valuable move. It could even, I wrote down a note, the proportions, questioning the proportions of that void at the street. In this view, right, it looks a little bit like it could be a dark space. So maybe if you lifted it up, maybe 1/2 story more, or started to think about the cross section through that space, could you develop an angle and so forth, so that potentially more light could enter on that west side.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Like if thinking about like getting light in that space, maybe it would make sense for it to come from the south side. So it's kind of getting that direct light throughout the day, because in the morning, it's going to be pretty much completely in shadow. But yeah, overall, I thought your presentation was fantastic. How you walked us through everything. And on the topic of the facade, I think it's like a really great exploration. And I don't think you don't get to pick your client. And this is like an opportunity to not fully care about the budget necessarily. I mean, you can kind of like go like kind of push the boundaries and kind of can explore. But I guess I guess I'm just questioning a little bit like what it would be like to work inside that space. Because thinking about these being open or closed, it's doing its job by limiting the sun exposure, but it's definitely minimizing the views. And I don't know if like the courtyard is like significant enough or powerful enough to like not want to be looking outside your window. Like is that there's really this jewel or this moment that like that's sufficient enough to have like that be your main viewpoint or look. But I thought it was really helpful that you showed us that animation of moving through that courtyard space, because since we don't have a physical model to kind of like move around and look at, it's really helpful that you were able to produce that animation. And can you go to your section perspective of showing like the working spaces? So I really appreciate your use of mass timber, and I think you hit it right on the nail of like where to use mass timber on this scale size building. Like you can't have those mass timber columns come down and hit the ground for like occupancy rules. But I guess I'm kind of curious about these atrium spaces on the left side, and I'm wondering if the structure should be a little bit more irregular to kind of respond to these openings, because it's kind of like no matter if there's an opening or a closed slab, it's still showing like the same kind of structure. And I'm wondering maybe if there's a way to kind of like push it a little bit more, like maybe those, instead of it being continuous beam, they're like suspended from like a truss system that's from the roof, to kind of have those spans really be open and full. But it's really interesting. There's definitely some like maybe some slight questions of access, and like is the public going to be able to go and like swim in this pool at night without any security there blocking it off?
The idea is that there'd be like a gate that closes off that entrance.
Yeah, I'm sure it's worked out. But I think it's really clear. I think this view also brings up particular question of like that back facade, because it's like it's butting up against the World War II museum. It's like how do you treat that and like what kind of space that creates? So I think the way that you did it is it works pretty well. But I really appreciate Carrie's comment about the like those opaque like polycarbonate extensions. Like I feel like if there's any meeting rooms or conference spaces that you have along that back facade, those probably would want to be pushed out to the south or the west facades, and those given like more priority and significance than just like another studio space. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely.
It's a great project. Thanks, Seth.
Thank you.
Seth, spectacular the display. You have worked a lot, and the result is very interesting. Yes, we are in this, and just to pick up with this, the last comment of Nick with the back facade that we saw some issues also in the previous one. This is a city in which alleys are important. No, one of the best things that you can do sometimes is to get into some of the alleys in the French Quarter. No, so I think it's a lost opportunity to not care about the alley and have this really like, well, it's a kind of bad relation from the outside and from the inside, no? Because from the inside you have these windows to see the bad party wall of the museum, and it's scary to get inside this alley most probably, no? So,
yeah.
but okay, that's another thing that probably was not in the brief somehow. But something that maybe it's a larger reflection. I wonder if it would be good that you were now asked to restrain yourself and reduce the number of moves that you have done, because this is a very muscular project. No, you have shown that you have a lot of muscles, and you can do all kinds of things. No, and you can do very different representations, but also very different design moves, and it's all power. No, a lot of muscles. So I would say, can you turn down a little bit the muscles and decide what is important in the building? And really solve it. Carrie and Nick and everyone has pointed out that the facade is not solved with those columns of the polycarbonate. That funny enough, in your plans, there's no polycarbonate. The screen goes over them, no? So it's clear that you have had, or you are still having questions and doubts about how to articulate the building, no? So it's full of like big moves, but that are not articulated somehow, no? The curve, no? It's a spectacular, the curve, but then you go to the ground floor and the curve stays there, but without sun protection or anything, or without receding, or without any move, no? Or inside the spaces of the curve that you would say, okay, let me go to the corner, no? And in the corner there are small collaborative spaces that are subdivided, no? So, so in a way, you have done the big move, and then you have gone to the next step, no? And you have okay, that's done. Let me do another thing, and then another thing, and I'm going to make this facade moving, no? That I don't know how it's going to move. It's not about the money that will be like a fortune, but even it needs to have motors. It needs to have a lot of things, and it's not just that the panels go moving, no, it's a whole infrastructure piece, no. It's a little bit of doubt if it's a good idea to open the low metal panel to bring water inside, no, when it rains, no. It's gonna be a cascade in the inside of this screen as well, no. So so maybe that would have require another refine process, no. Well, I think it's kind of, you have tested a lot of things, and you have done these like big muscular moves, and I would like to see like one out of the 3 or the 4, and then well defined.
Mhm.
But you have shown a lot of strengths. I would just make a comment for your portfolio. That is a great project for your portfolio. You might want to refine the line drawings. So the realistic renders
Yeah.
are spectacular, but the line drawings are a little primitive with all that.
Okay.
And the quality of line is not at the level of the other parts of your representation.
Okay. Thank you.
Let me say, this is the advantage online. When I zoomed in on your rendering, you did exactly what I had asked you to do. So I withdraw my commentary. Looks good on that front.
I did think that, but I didn't want to. I didn't want to interject. Thank you, everybody. Those are very helpful critique.
Jesse, which drawing were you looking at? I'm on the concept board also. Which one did you zoom in on?
It's the one looking towards, I'm trying to figure it. Can you see my marker? Yeah, I see Dean's on that spot. Nicholas is on the spot. That one rendering, I don't, there's not
It's
a numbering on.
It's the ground floor perspective on the corner looking at the World War II Museum in the background.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, it's this one or the next one. I think they both show it really well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for these ground floor perspectives. I think it's really helpful to see it in the context.
Yeah.
This reminds me of Morris Lapidus.
Oh, let's bring back Morris Lapidus. Yeah. Do you know him, Seth?
I do not.
Kind of flamboyant hotels in Miami. It was the kind of gilded version of 50s mid-century modernism.
Mm-hmm.
Mimo.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, well, thank you, Seth, and everyone else.
Everybody.
I think we're ready for Alyssa.
Yeah, let me share my screen.
Hey, Bruce, I'm just going to run to the restroom. Feel free to continue and I'll jump in or take a quick pause. I'll be back in 2 minutes or less.
Okay, that's fine. We'll give Alyssa a little time to bring up her work. We're a little ahead of schedule, actually. Great.
I was telling the dean the other day that Morris Lapidus, that he got laughed at when he designed the Fountain Blue and he presented that at AIA conference. He got laughed off the stage. They said it was so primitive that it was fit for a monkey.
What? Yeah, now it's probably historically protected.
Oh yeah, yeah. They were also a bunch of anti-Semites at the time, and that didn't help.
Yeah.
When he graduated from Columbia, he couldn't get a job. Weren't hiring Jews in architecture firms, and so he got a job working for a retailer designing interiors of department stores, and it really shaped the way he thought about architecture for the rest of his career, and the psychology of how you bring people into a store and orient the merchandise and visual merchandising and things like that.
Oh, that's fascinating. I've never heard that. So his office was in New York, not in Miami?
Yeah, he practiced out in New York for most of his career. And I think he didn't retire down to Miami until like the 80s or something.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, it's very possible he had an office down there, but
Yeah.
I think he lived in New York. I interviewed him for we redeveloped one of his buildings, and there was some historic preservation issues about how to deal with the building, and I wanted to get him on the record about what he thought about it.
Oh, and what did he think?
I mean, he basically was like, I never built most of the buildings that he did. He never thought they had a useful life beyond 20 years. I mean, he really thought that the idea of permanence in architecture was problematic on some level, and what we wanted to do was preserve the facade more than anything, and really gut the building otherwise.
Yeah, that's probably an interesting artifact of his early experience in the department stores that you mentioned, that with the changeability and all. Okay, we're all set for you, Alyssa, so you can take it away.
Okay, hi, I'm Alyssa Barber, and this is my design proposal for the Prospect New Orleans headquarters and leasable office spaces in the warehouse district. So Prospect New Orleans is a recurring art exhibition that invites artists from all over the world to create projects for venues in New Orleans. The exhibition was created in 2007 in response to the destruction of the city post-Katrina and is displayed on a triennial basis. The building that we designed this semester would serve as Prospect's headquarters, as well as having leasable offices and an exhibition space for their 5th iteration titled Yesterday We Said Tomorrow. So our site is located in the Central Business District of New Orleans, specifically the CBD3 district, which is intended to create a cultural and entertainment destination through the clustering of museum, cultural, performing arts, and supporting visitor services. And then it's highlighted in green, as you can see here. I think my screen is lagging a bit, sorry. I have really bad Wi-Fi at my house. And then it has a primary access point from the Pontchartrain Expressway, which you can see here. And then the building shares the block with the World War II Museum and Contemporary Art Center with the Ogden Museum of Southern Art across the street. And then here are a few images of what the site is currently being used for, as well as some views of the surrounding buildings. So within the site, we were required to retain a 14-foot wide path from the road leading to a smaller storage area of the CAC and have a maximum building height of 75 feet, which leaves the region of buildable space that's highlighted here. So the concept of this building was influenced by program distribution, environmental strategies, and code considerations. So here we just have like a basic massing in the site. And then from there, I divided the public and private program into 2 adjacent bars, as you can see here, with the private program being on the west side and the public program being on the east. And then from there, I designated the first 2 floors to prospect space because it's the most public, while the upper floors house the leasable space. And then with the program arrangement and environmental considerations, we're left with a linear private office bar and then a public terrace space. And then here are some of those environmental considerations in more detail. Within the building, there are 4 environmental systems working in conjunction: a blue roof, a green roof, a wind turbine, and solar panels. As we know, New Orleans is very rainy, so that was definitely something to consider when designing this building. So in order to combat this issue, I put a blue roof on the west wing of the building to retain the water and then gradually cascade it down the terrace building, which creates a stream that winds around individual green spaces and acts as an irrigation system. And then it flows through planters down to the courtyard into retention ponds in the central courtyard space. And then it can loop back up and provide water to hanging plant wires on the interior. And because the entire system acts as a loop, the water can be continuously circulating throughout, or it can flow into the citywide drainage system in times of heavy rain. And then the solar panels sitting on top of the blue roof and the wind turbine on the highest point of the building help to supply sustainable energy to the building. So with code considerations, the building has 2 fire stairs, but instead of tucking them away in a back corner as fire stairs usually are, the stairs were embraced as a key part of the design and heavily integrated. So the first stair circulates along the southwest corner and is typically fully open to the lobby, but has fire doors that are triggered in the case of a fire. And the second stair is completely outside and provides not only a safe path, but also an experience through the terraced green space with a winding ramp and staircase that arrives or begins in the courtyard space. And then here's a more detailed axonometric, including the facade and greenery of the building. Now I'll go into some details of the building. So this is a building within the larger site context, showing its relationship to the street as well as to the surrounding buildings. And then here's a general program breakdown, which again shows that those private office spaces highlighted in orange, and then the more public spaces in green. So the first floor is entirely dedicated to Prospect. The western wing of the building houses private office spaces, while the eastern wing is the public spaces, including the cafe, gallery, and auditorium space, as well as access to the courtyard, which can serve as an outdoor extension of the gallery. And then the second floor, again, is entirely Prospect space with more offices on the west side and double height first floor on the right. So the third floor is where we get into the leased office spaces. So on the left, following a similar layout to the Prospect offices below, it connects to a more public extension on the right with an event space in the library. And then as you can see, there's access to that terrace space from this side. And then the fourth floor follows the same layout, but without an event space. And then the fifth and sixth floor both sit entirely on the west bar with the same layout as the offices below, but both still connect over to the terraced green roof. So then sixth floor. And then finally, we have the roof plan with the solar panels and green roof. Here's a front view of the building from Andrew Higgins Boulevard. And from this view, you can see the perforated steel sun shading system spelling out the company name that aligns with the interior fire stair. And then we have a view from Camp Street. This section cuts through the terrace side from north to south, showing the public spaces and how the terrace is kind of stacked on top of them. And then this section cuts from east to west through both wings of the building, where the connecting walkways can be seen in the back. Sorry, my computer is really lagging right now. This section perspective also cuts from east to west, but through the gallery space rather than through the auditorium. And then this section perspective cuts north to south through the bar of offices, showing the exposed ductwork that I'll go into more detail about later. Now for the building structure. So the structure is composed of cross-laminated timber due to its environmental and aesthetic advantages. The left image shows the actual cross-laminating of the timber, while the right shows the column to beam connection. And here are the structural floor plans showing bay sizes with beams spanning north to south on the western side and 4-foot deep hybrid wood and steel trusses to provide extra support for the heavier green roofs on the eastern side. And you can also see the shear walls and steel cross bracing to resist lateral forces. So the building facade is composed of coarse steel panels and louvers that span both vertically and horizontally, providing sun shading. I've taken a section of the facade and blown it up a little bit more for more detail. So there we have like from the ground floor to the 6th floor. And then here's a specific bay on the 5th floor. And then finally, a zoom in showing all the separate components of that building facade. And then here we have all those elements in a section axonometric. So we have like from ground floor to sixth floor, and then a zoom in again. So the building's mechanical system is composed of an exposed VRF system with dedicated outdoor air supply connected to a vertical supply chase in each wing. A large space has been allocated for the mechanical room on the first floor, and this building relies on open loop ground source heat pumps for geothermal heating and cooling. So now for more details about the environmental components. So this diagram shows the sun shading and heat control provided by the louvers on the facade at different times of year. And as you can see, it still provides view and allows for some sunlight while still providing substantial shading. And then here we have all the green components of the building, including the green roofs, planters along the stair, courtyard, and hanging plant wires. And then here's the irrigation provided by the blue roof system can be seen with the multiple pipes that flow through the green spaces, which you can see like all the different pipes going through. And then when considering the types of plants for the space, I wanted to make sure to include only plants that are local to Louisiana and can thrive in this climate, with a mixture of trees, shrubs, and shorter grasses. So this section shows the layers of the green roof and how they're kind of placed within that terrace space. And then a section of the layers with the blue roof space. And now for life safety. Here we have the circulation of the building with the fire stairs highlighted in green and ramp spaces in purple. And the green roof terrace is fully wheelchair accessible from the 3rd through 6th floors. And then the calculated occupancy loads and travel distances for each floor. And then, yeah, we can just go through those. First floor, second floor, third floor. And right here, you can kind of see in more detail that access point to the terrace on the 3rd floor. Okay, so now for the views of the building. So this first perspective is the approach to the building from the primary access point, which is the ramp off of Pontchartrain Expressway. This next one is showing the view from across the street in front of one of the buildings of the World War II Museum on Andrew Higgins Boulevard. And then here we have an interior perspective of the cafe and lobby spaces. And then a perspective of the roof terrace and green space with the like office bar in the background. And then an interior perspective of the office space. And then finally, a view from the courtyard looking out towards Andrew Higgins Boulevard. And that's it. Thank you.
Hey, Alyssa. Thank you so much for your presentation. I really love these final perspective views. I think they're really beautiful, and your use of materiality with the vegetation really highlights your narrative, and it's really strong. I had just a quick question before jumping into it. How big are the openings created by that Core-10 steel panels? Like roughly, like what's the size of those squares?
They're all like less than 2 by 1 feet. They kind of vary in size going across, but the biggest space between them is probably like a foot. Yeah.
A foot? Yeah, because I'm just kind of wondering if there could be more like variance in that than those panels, because I think like if I'm working in that space, it feels very like enclosed and like I mean I don't want to say like prison like, but like it's like since they're running in like this opposite direction, it's like I'm just not sure like how nice of a space would that would be to work in. Like maybe there's opportunities for them to just be in one direction and kind of be more responding to like the south facade versus the west facade, and like what sort of louver system you'd use to mitigate for those different directions. But I think there's a lot of maybe there's more opportunity for more variance because I didn't know they were changing in size until you just mentioned it. I had a question about the orientation of the two buildings. I feel like naturally the green roof and like the more open block would want to be on the corner to kind of like break up that so it's not just such a solid mass on that corner. Can you talk to me about why it's positioned like that?
Yeah, so I actually went through many different versions of rotating and then flipping the two buildings on the site, and then ultimately decided to put it on the eastern side to provide more shading for that green roof space, because then that way it's like tucked in between two larger buildings on either side, and it's kind of like hidden back there.
Yeah, I guess I'm just like I think that's fine. I guess I'm just wondering if like that facade, which is very open and porous, should be continuous around the corner and along the west facade. Because if you can go to your plan, it seems like you've like put a lot of like service spaces on that ground floor, like the mechanical room. I don't know. I'm trying to scroll up and read them, but like I think they're like yeah, like the electrical room and stuff. They're like all on that facade. That like I feel like it'd be better if it was like pushed more into the plan, and that kind of had more of a storefront or opening like sort of idea. Like the like there's this like bump out. I don't know if you want to jump. Yeah, I'm just gonna draw on this. Like this moment right here feels like it wants to be like a secondary entryway because it's kind of creating that like that portico that push in, but then it's just like there's a mechanical room there and it's like a blank wall on the first floor. So I don't know, maybe there's some options for that. And I'm not I know I was on the last review and there was like really a lot of questions about like circulation and egress. I'm not still sold on this stair in the middle of that atrium space. Like I don't know, maybe if it could have moved to one side or it could have been like folded into the facade somehow. I'm not really sure, but I think it would be like blocking a lot of the light and views, and you have to kind of walk by it in these like little channels to get into this really nice space that you've created here. But I'm wondering if that stair and creating that vertical circulation at that point is kind of limiting its potential.
Yeah, Alyssa, it's also a pleasure to have seen the project at mid-review and to see how it's developed since. I completely agree with the comments that Nick has made so far. I also think the project has developed substantially. So I really appreciate the developments and the edits and modifications that you've made. I wonder if the two buildings want to share more similarities formally. For instance, if the two volumes were sort of fraternal twins to each other, is it possible that the east building steps down toward the sort of small building adjacent to CAC, brings it down to the scale of that building, links over to the terrace on the east? I might have got my east and west confused there for a moment, but the west building, I mean, if that could terrace down and then link to create this kind of loop, could be sort of one possibility. I agree with Nick. I think the fire stair at the front is much improved. I still think that little hat on top of the wind turbine seems like residue of the previous scheme. and I'm not sure what it's doing for you in the project. Just kind of formally, it seems incongruent. And I think there are ways to use the fire stair as a kind of primary means of not just egress, but a primary means of circulating through the building. You might look to like the ways in which Marcel Breuer or Paul Rudolph would do so in their buildings, such that you wanted to take the stair and not the elevator, which of course is healthier and all of that. So I overall I think I think that the fire stair, I'd love to see you explore that space. Let's see a perspective of inhabiting that stairwell. If you really do sort of want it to behave as a kind of primary means of circulation, which I think is a strong premise. I do agree with Nick, this like kind of bump in suggests entry. There's no way of avoiding that. What that means kind of formally and what that signifies, that just suggests entry. So embrace that. And I don't think it's problematic to have entry from both sides of the project, from both streets. But yeah, other than that, I think what you've developed on the roofscape of the East building, I think that's phenomenal. I think that's fantastic. And the spaces inside of that volume look wonderful and terrific. And I would love to inhabit those spaces and work in those spaces. And the sort of alley court in the middle is very refreshing. And the fact that that's a sort of civic gesture that you give to the public is a really strong aspect of the project.
Thank you.
Elisa, yes, it's a very interesting project. You have taken risks here. I think Nick has been poking your eye very precisely with all the comments and Carrie, and I agree with those issues. No, probably the most successful is this terraced space that maybe in the section could be more taken advantage of, as opposed to have spaces that are like arriving to that ceiling. Maybe the great perception of the space that you have in the outside, you could have it also in the inside of that building and perceive that space that goes down. As opposed to have these partitions that are cutting the space wherever. I think it's very successful the way that you go outside to these ramps from the side. And I think, like Nick was saying, probably the last movement in this facade that connects the inside to the outside would be the last stair that goes down, as opposed to have the stair in the middle. Somehow, the middle is always a problematic place. No, you never put your bed in the middle of the room unless you want to do something strange. No, or you never stand in the center of the room. No, you always go to a place in which you feel well surrounded. No, so and particularly in this case in which you are entering against to this courtyard, to this space in between, against the back of the stair that goes down, is particularly problematic. No, but I think that stair being part of the external circulations in the terrace volume would be an easy solve to add. But it brings the issue that has been pointed already of the relation with the city and with the street. No, that really is really hard to find the entrance. No, you go around that very monumental corner that is a kind of stair that has this strange thing in the top. What Nick and Carrie were suggesting about the possibility of entering in two ways and maybe leaving this volume alone, let's say, or the opposite, or just empty the corner somehow and find the space in a kind of gradient way. Whatever the solution, but right now it's really not really playing well with the city yet. So again, it's like if you have a great set of components, but are not really well fit together. The terrace is fun when you go to the detail of the section. I wonder if instead of so much poche that you have in that section, you just make the planters and the ramps more part of the structure and the space below, and you may use the ramps to move the water. You just can put the water going down the ramps and maybe finding places of release and creating a kind of cascade, because when it's pouring rain, probably nobody's going to be walking those ramps, no? But really interesting and well drawn. Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, there's a lot that's already been said that, and I have very little to contribute in that regard. But there's so much I love about this project, and so much that I find problematic, particularly on the Camp Street side. And this has all been brought up. I really love the circulation strategy. I mean, I really think this is fantastic. I just love so much of what you've done here. You know, on the fenestration and the like, and the sort of patterning and the regularity to it, or irregularity, it's hard to read. There's a sort of alternative in that patternization that can register in ways that I think work for you, that's not really coming out in the drawings, but you know, that's a minor thing, all things together. You know, I think what I find most problematic, which has already been said, which is the anchor point. And I think that there's a way to resolve that and without compromising the intent of your design, which is to think of this as a sort of a nautilus or a shell. And maybe this is what the dean was getting at, but that the anchor maintains itself, but that you would then wrap around to the interior of the building, right? That it pulls in the gallery and then you wrap like a shell around that anchor and pulls you in. And so in a way, you don't see it from the corner as you're driving up into at the intersection, but then as you get closer over to, you feel like it's enveloping you and pulling you towards that interior. I think that is, and in that sense, you carry forward the facade from the gallery into the building, and I think Nick probably already sort of was heading in that direction. But its relationship to the is that the Contemporary Art Center or something like that? Just looking on a map here, it's just that street feels very unaddressed in many ways. But if you keep that in. And what would you call that piece at the top of the building? This is where being a non-architect becomes problematic for all of us. What's that formally called?
The like wind turbine at the top.
Oh, that's a wind turbine?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I completely overlooked that. Yeah, so anyway, I thought that was more of an aesthetic gesture than anything else. Nonetheless, I've said too much, but I do think that this idea of the nautilus that draws you in and allows you to keep that anchor is a way to, I think, maintain some measure of intent, but to activate the full capacity of that length of the street.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Alyssa. And Connor, are you ready to take over?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Great.
I'm in the middle on concept board, just 2 to the left from Alyssa. Or no, that's Camille. I'm to the left of Seth. The smaller one. Anyways, let me share my screen. Can y'all see that fine?
Yes.
Awesome. All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Connor Little, and this is my proposal for Prospect New Orleans. So the site is located in the Warehouse District and is situated just off of the Pontchartrain Expressway at the intersection of Camp Street and Andrew Higgins Boulevard. The corner lot is sandwiched between the CAC and the World War II Museum. The corner condition of the site provides an intense southwest exposure, which must be considered in order to combat the intense New Orleans sun. Looking at the wind conditions in the earlier half of the year, the primary wind direction tends to be in a north-south orientation. Looking at the latter half of the year, wind orientation shifts to more of an east-west direction. Looking at the existing site conditions, the impervious paving of the parking lot, which is what currently exists, does very little to retain storm water. And based on a design storm of 6.1 inches, the existing site creates 8,913 cubic feet of runoff. So in response to each of these environmental conditions, the party of the project introduced a balcony that overhangs the sidewalk by 7 feet, providing shade and shelter for pedestrians and shading the intense sun from the south and the west. A courtyard is introduced that provides an opportunity for water retention, and operable windows allow for passive cooling through natural ventilation from the street to the courtyard. In this section diagram, you can see how the intense balcony overhang reduces direct sunlight on the glazing. The balconies are decorated with built-in planter boxes that collect rainwater and are fed from runoff from the roof. The section also illustrates how operable windows allow for ventilation, pulling air from interior spaces up and out through the courtyard. There are also planter boxes on the roof and rain gardens in the courtyard, which contribute to the mission of retaining water on the site. Here you can see the original site runoff and the 2,876 cubic feet of water that is held on the site thanks to the introduction of the planter boxes and the rain gardens. So looking at program, a solid bar of service to the east allows for an open floor plate, which is notated as the flex zone. And then the balcony threshold is situated on the southwest with a courtyard cutting through the middle. And now I'm going to switch real quick to this GIF. Ooh. Okay. Can y'all see that fine? Okay. So this GIF illustrates the integration of the structural and mechanical systems with program. The structural system is mass timber, with the service bar being constructed in a load-bearing CLT wall system. The flex zone is columnar, being supported by glulam beams and a CLT deck that spans from east to west. A raised floor is introduced to allow for an underfloor air system, which conditions the building through a grid of diffusers on the floor. The combination of these strategies allows for a flexible open office space that can be reconfigured according to client needs or shifts in programmatic usage. So moving into floor plans, the ground floor includes a covered entry into the lobby space with a convenient stair through an atrium up to Prospect's office level. The cafe is situated on the corner of the project, and the community room interjects the courtyard, allowing for diffused lighting into the surrounding gallery spaces. The first 2 levels are dedicated to Prospect, and the second level functions as their office space. Private offices are pushed into the service bar. The open floor plate allows for glass bubbles of congregation space and an open plan lounge. The roof of the community space also provides an accessible balcony for Prospect. Levels 3 and 4 follow the same strategy, with service pushed into the service bar on the right and then the open floor plan. The public stair terminates on the 5th level with a shared event space, bar, and rooftop for special events. Looking at the detail section at the facade, you can see how the project's mechanical systems are integrated beneath the raised floor. The 5-layer CLT deck is interrupted by a 3-foot, 3-layer CLT deck spanning in the opposite direction, which allows for lighting and sprinklers to be concealed behind a series of wood slats. The aluminum planter boxes are supported by a light gauge steel system, and wooden roller shades are concealed between the glulam beams and the outer walls. And the exterior facade is sheathed in white stucco. So this section perspective highlights the spatial conditions of the project. And here's a view from the lobby, looking past the public stair, through the gallery space, and into one of the rain gardens, with the courtyard being situated between the two. You can also see the introduction of a mural wall, which goes up the first 2 levels along the public stair. And then here's a view from the event space, which highlights the view out onto the rooftop and the skyline behind. And you can see that the planter boxes include a stepped seating for inhabitants. This perspective illustrates the overhang of the balcony and what it's like to be sort of between that barrier of the plants looking out onto the city. And here's a view looking down Andrew Higgins Boulevard. And this is a view down Camp Street showing the project in the context. Thank you.
Connor. Thank you. Beautiful presentation. Your project is beautifully drawn. This is, one of the most successful section perspectives we've seen and maybe will see. So congratulations. It's very well resolved, very well developed. There's so many aspects to the project that if I'm really successful, the ability to get outside on each level is particularly appealing, and your courtyard space and how it can function on the ground and on the second level is another really, I think, terrific aspect of the project. When you introduce the kind of bubbles in your flex space, I wonder if there are ways of avoiding the columns or coming up with a alternative structural solution so that they don't land right in those bubble spaces. And perhaps the idea of the flex space can be expanded upon, where perhaps you have kind of flexible or temporary partitions that can be inscribed into a variety of dimensions, so that on the fly, somebody can kind of rent out a given kind of floor area, and then you just sort of deploy these kind of wall partitions and so forth. If not going the kind of temporary or flexible route, I think there's probably more that can be done with those bubbles. Experientially, sectionally, perhaps they don't, some don't need the full height, and they're kind of more intimate spaces, and they're smaller, and it's sort of phone booth style. You go into this sort of little cloister, and then additionally, perhaps they're more expansive, and they penetrate through the floor above, and maybe just at like bench height above, so that you can it produces furniture on the floor above, but it's a little bit of a higher kind of floor to ceiling than is afforded in the main space. So I think there's opportunity to push those floors with the that you're calling the flex spaces and the bubbles within them. That said, just as mentioned, the project is beautifully drawn. I think the areas of the representation that could benefit some theoretical extra time would be the imagery, because your line work and your line drawings are phenomenal, and it'd be lovely to bring up the perspectives to the sort of same level.
Connor, I agree with the section perspective. But I think that the plans can be more refined in terms of representation. I think it's problematic to put all these letters on top of. You want to show with the furniture and with the uses and put a nice key in the side. I see kind of high points and not so high points, a little bit uneven in your representation. Particularly, and it's not only you, but more in general, the side drawings that you were all showing in the beginning to situate the buildings are very rough. A lot of Google images with rectangles and not at the level of the rest. And I think that's what I have seen in general. So I think you want to show the site with information. It's not because those set of drawings, you just solve it given the pin location in Google and the address. No, so when you are drawing, you are giving more information. You are showing the character of the place, the character of the site, what has around, what's the street, what the circulation. Just not just the Google thing. No, but anyway, so there's some kind of unevenness in some of your presentation. The richness of the section is really great, and I was you have misled me with the sketch in the beginning, because the sketch in the beginning has little to do with the final resolution, no? So maybe that sketch should have been re-sketched in a way. But going a little bit more in a specific with this, I think this is a moment in which you need to bring your architectural culture to play when you are defining what is the presence of the building. I mean, this seems, even in the sketch, it seemed very much a kind of 30s building, a building made 90 years ago, which makes me very happy because I love that architecture and that clarity. It's not a criticism. I think but I think it's important that you are well aware of the culture and of the history, and that you learn from that. And when you want to be so clear and so abstract, you do it with better tools. For instance, I think it's really problematic. So when you do this, and let me correct this. Probably what you want to do here is that there's big shadows in this expression. You don't see the back, the second facade that has banal windows and columns and lots of things going on. No, it seems very much that what you are proposing is a building that has this kind of horizontal expression, in which in between this you have what you find is shadow, no? And you have this kind of very clear trace that are in the city, no? And then when you're thinking about that, then it goes a little bit further away, because when you have this trace, you want to take advantage of this trace, and maybe they are not the same thin corridor all around. Maybe the facade recedes in some orientation, comes to the other, and it goes inside and outside, and you have a much more fluid relation. So in vertical, you don't have always this here, no? Maybe sometimes the exterior space is less, maybe sometimes it's more, and it begins to react to what you have behind, no? All the base that it's very important to have this buffer in between the interior space and the city, which is this generous balconies, no? And that is the expression of your building, no? So I think that would be helped through looking back at our lineage and our history. And Frank, you're right, or I would recommend you to look at Hans Sharon and his first years and those beautiful buildings. Maybe then when you arrive to the corner turns maybe curved, maybe an angle, maybe receded, maybe cut. You have a lot of possibilities once you get inside this language of this modernist avant-garde architecture.
Hey, Connor.
Hey.
I posted a link in the chat of just this building that's right around the corner. It's probably better just do an image search of it, but with the long stucco horizontality and these balconies, it reminded me of this residential project called The Garage. I guess check it out. It's not super relevant to your project, but it's just interesting to see that's such a it's so close to what you're doing here. I also appreciate that you included the, oh yeah, there it is. So imagine that with greenery, and then you have something like your project. So I really appreciate that you included the GIF of the structure and the assembly of that. That was really fantastic to kind of explain that part of your project. And then you also used some of the drone footage to kind of explain the site context, which was really great because that was like a resource that was available to everyone. So really great that you took advantage of that. I really agree with a lot of the points previously made. I think Carrie brought up the question of the circles and how they can relate to the plan on multiple floors, but also like how they relate to the plan on the floor that it's on. I think like the circle kind of creates like, this is like a special space. But when you're putting a circle inside a rectangular plan, it's left with a lot of like dead space around it. So I would love to have seen like kind of a zoom in on that plan and kind of considering like how that space will be programmed. Because like you put like a circular table in a circular space, and then you have these like semicircular triangles left over in the corners that like maybe that could be like planting, or like maybe there's like some sort of like communal spaces that's centered around that. Or maybe there's possibility of it not to be like a freestanding circle, but maybe a semicircle, so that it's like using half of the outside wall and then kind of creating that bump out in the space. Could be an interesting thing to try. Yeah, echoing everyone else, I thought these drawings were fantastic. I really appreciate this like section detail that you show on the left. It's really clear. The use of hatches in line work is really well done. I'm not sure if I mentioned this in the last review. I think so. But like bringing the CLT outside of the building on that balcony is probably wouldn't be the way to go. These balconies are really just like extensive horizontal louvers. So you would want those to be as thin as possible, so that they're not just like these chunky pieces of meat that are extended on the side of the building, but they're like thin and they're doing their job of getting people out there, but providing that solar shading. So if you had a hybrid system of some sort of steel outrigger that tied into the facade, I think that would be a stronger detail. I think that's something that you can really easily go back over the summer and kind of like tweak that section and kind of explore that relationship. Like I thought Inyaki's comment of the relationship between the balconies and the facade behind is like super key, because I don't think the windows should stop at that like eye level. They should go right up to the bottom edge of those balconies, so that you're creating like the more light into the space, and they can be more porous. Yeah, I thought it was like super clear, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's really interesting. I thought of that garage building too, only in part because I was looking for a place to live recently, and that building, and it really jumped out at me and thinking as a reference point.
It's very bizarre in there.
Yeah, it stands out, but it has it stands for something in its own unique vernacular. Everybody said everything. I'm coming in late here. This is 6.1 inches. The design event is 6.1 inches per 2-hour event, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so that wasn't particularly clear in there. I think what I don't see in the drawings is where the cistern would be. I loved how the volumetric calculation, I've kind of asked for that in studios for years. I love that you did it, but the reality is that you'd have to put that water somewhere, primarily for public health regulations. You have to be able to treat that water, filter it before you dump it back into the stormwater system. There's very precise regulations. So that's going to take up some space, believe it or not. The other element is on I also really appreciate the underfloor system. But I think you extend the underfloor distribution into the stairwells. But am I reading this correctly? In section on floors 3 and 4, there's no partition between the west side and the stairwell?
Yeah, that's the like communicating stair. So it's not one of the egress stairs, but yeah, there's no partition.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I would think that you would maybe want to segregate that space for purposes if you're really going to push that forward. I'm just trying to think about optimal HVAC efficiency here. But I get what you're doing. I really appreciate that, and I do think that actually has a lot of advantages that we haven't really fully talked about. But anyway, and I've said enough. And it's a great project with a very clear reference point for me and for all.
Thank you.
Connor, you should click on the links that Iñaki posted in the chat, because there's a perfect Hans Scharoun villa, as well as the Alvar Alto Paimio Sanatorium, which is a perfect example for you of exactly that 30s modernism. I mean, your building really looks like a tropical building more than those, which are both, Northern European in a fairly cold climate. So I think that's actually a virtue of it, that because we're in a tropical climate. And it looks like it would be very happy in Singapore, which is actually pretty similar climate to us. Yeah.
I immediately was thinking Hong Kong, Singapore. Totally get it. One other thing on the planters. Is your intent here to store the water in the planters in the entirety of the light blue as you've shaded it here?
No. Yeah,
Okay.
just in the soil and the
yeah, I mean, saturation content, weight, risk of spalling. I mean, there's a lot of problems potentially with how you think about that. I mean, you're going to want to drain that as quickly as possible, in my estimate.
Oh, it looks like we got another David Chipperfield from posted. Yeah, the hovering white planes, they're a go-to, I think.
Well, thank you. I have to leave. I have posted. I'm still back in the decades ago. I have posted the last one. If you go to the tropical with Lina Bobardi in Sao Paulo, and this is the probably most beautiful building I have ever seen in my life.
Oh.
All the architecture that is possible existing, new, all recovered. The Cesc Pompeia is like the masterpiece of any. Again, some horizontality there. So thank you for having me. Congratulations for the work.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Iñaki. Appreciate it. And yeah, great comments. Thank you. Okay. And right on cue, Marianne is taking over for Iñaki. Thank you very much for being with us, Marianne. She was gracious enough to fill in here at the last minute. So thanks. Sam, I think you're up. Why don't you take over?
If my internet is a little spotty, just tell me and I can move to a different spot in my house. But yeah, let's get started. Let's start here. Hello, my name is Sam Spencer, and this is my proposal for the Prospect NOLA headquarters. So what is Prospect New Orleans? Prospect New Orleans is a citywide contemporary art triennial and the only exhibition of its kind in the US with a decade-long history. Every 3 years, they bring in new art into an old city by inviting artists from all over the world to create projects in a wide variety of venues spread throughout New Orleans. Each iteration of Prospect is organized by a leading voice in a curatorial field. For residents and visitors alike, Prospect is an invitation to experience the city through the eyes of the artist. And this is taken directly from their website. Oh, there we go. So the site exists in the downtown area of New Orleans and is situated in a unique clash that kind of acts as a collage between the old and the new, and is located not only directly but indirectly between a lot of, with it being right next to the World War II, the CAC, the Ogden, and then not too far away are the French Quarter and the Smoothie King Center and the Superdome. So looking a little closely at the site, it exists in a historic area that has been kind of taken over by more modern buildings. So it exists in a very multifaceted area between the old and the new of these old industrial types like the CAC and the World War II as well. And then also features some more typical architecture of New Orleans with the balcony and the more French Quarter typology. So inspired by Prospect NOLA's goal of bringing in the new into the old and connecting people into New Orleans, the project's partie is centered around promoting connectedness amongst both coworkers and floors in both the vertical and horizontal axes through the use of a wrap balcony and multiple double height spaces positioned around a tiered courtyard. The building is also being wrapped on the inside with rooms forming a 15 or 20-foot shell around the facade with open circulation around the courtyard on each level. So the balcony is being wrapped in a terracotta shutter system fixed in between undulated polycarbonate translucent panels. As a continuous wrap around the building, it allows for a total outdoor circulation around the facade that promotes interactions between different users of the space. So the material palette was used to address the site as both an historic district of New Orleans and a growing downtown area. The brick shutter balcony system harkens to the typical New Orleans porch typology, while the translucent panels relate to the new developments of the downtown, mainly the World War II Museum. The combination of the two echo the clash between the old and the new that New Orleans is now typically in the middle of. The shutters also provide a more practical sun shading system in the building, blocking off harsh east-west sun while providing views to the outside for patrons. So 4 double height spaces and 1 triple height space are situated around the courtyard. The main circulation zone is fitted with these spaces, which is highlighted in the orange, so that the patrons are always being able to be connected through these zones. This also provides a greater axial relationship to the tiered courtyard here. 3 of these zones are staggered throughout the main open office space, with the lounge spaces being situated underneath. So then the 4 continual balconies with multiple entries wrap the entirety of the facade. This allows for greater connection between the floors and the horizontal zone. The width of the balcony is 6.5 feet, so it becomes wide enough to be secondary circulation, but then also a zone for small meetings, some furniture, or any other way that the patrons wish to use. And then the two-tiered balconies offer the shaded outdoor space for the headquarters, while also adding a solid connection to the double height circulation zone. So the circulation is comprised of communal stair and a seating area directly off of the glazed courtyard, with the main convenience stair starting its more typical path on the second floor, and which goes up to directly to the 5th floor. And then this decision was made in order to give views to the guests as they circulate vertically throughout the building, while also giving a connection to the patrons enjoying the open space of the southern courtyard. And then the 2 outdoor stairs are being used to connect the 5th floor to the 4th floor, and then the 3rd to the 2nd respectively on this side, which is highlighted in green. And then again, the elevator starts to begin to form the service bar directly on the north facade. So then again, going with that, 2 egress stairs are located on the east facade, with 1 being fitted into the service bar as well. And then this gives direct outdoor access to the 15-foot walkway. And then again, fitting into the service bar are our stacked wet zones. And so the courtyard is fitted with a permeable screen that houses vegetation above. The water gets filtered throughout the courtyard and then in water systems underneath the building's foundation. And so the building uses a mass timber structural system with beams running north to south, with the first floor using a concrete structural system to allow for greater occupancy load in the large meeting space, and then to have greater support for the mass timber structural system. And then 2 concrete shear walls are on the back service bar, as well as the south egress stair. And then the grid is comprised mostly of 20 by 15, with some smaller areas of 15 by 15 in order to achieve a more rigid structure. So then right now, mass timber is one of the most environmentally friendly building materials. And then it also allows for the structural system to be uncovered. So then the building uses a UFAD underfloor air distribution system to both eliminate ductwork so that the CLT panels can be exposed on the underside, and also for environmental reasons. The boiler and chiller room is housed on the 5th floor, with pipes being fed directly into the vertical shaft in the air room. And then the air room houses stacked AHUs units and also acts as the return system. And then the large ducts circulate around the perimeter of the closed shell and branch into individual perimeter and special zones. And then also it uses swirl diffusers located every two feet, so that the patrons can use these to kind of adjust to their own liking. And then I'm now gonna show all of these diagrams overlaid over each other. Yeah. So yeah, we can see how all of the elements are highlighted. Yep. All right. So the program of the building is located around the shell of the build, is located around all of the facades, with then the open space being located near the courtyard. And so the offices are all on the south facade, which is highlighted in green, with then the public zones being, which are the meeting rooms and the event spaces, being located on the west facade. And then we can see a service bar being formed on the north, with then a secondary space housing the storage and the libraries and the kitchen and lounge areas on the east facade. And then on the ground floor, it houses all of our public zones, with the cafe getting a secondary entrance directly off of the ground floor, with a communal meeting space being put on the west facade, with the gallery on the south, and then the main lobby space being put near the service bar as well. So then now we can see this in plan on the ground floor. So patrons enter here into the main circulation lobby area, and then can either go down to the public zone here, or go directly up the communal stair to the Prospect NOLA headquarters. So then this forms a double height space that directs the patrons directly up to the headquarters as well. And then here we have the Prospect NOLA floor for their headquarters, where all of the meeting rooms are being located on the west facade, with the south space on the south facade, the open office being located around it, with then a double height lounge area being put directly off of the glazed courtyard as well. And then here we can see how the double height spaces now get staggered, with this being an area to look down, with this being an area to look up. So this is a leasable office, with then again the same typology of having the open office space with the meeting rooms on the meeting rooms, the west facade, with then the cell space on the south. And then we can start to see how the courtyard steps back to form this condition that allows for greater connection to the glazed courtyard, or the glazed circulation zone here. And then here on the 5th floor, we have our boiler and chiller room, which is housed here, with then again the double height spaces looking down, and then the open office here. So here, which as we
Sam,
can see, the
Sam, you're
ground
freezing a
floor
little bit.
is okay. I'm just gonna move to a different spot in my house, if that's okay.
Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, it's fine.
You also might turn off your video so we can hear your voice. Sometimes that helps.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me see that video. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. So here we have the west elevation. As we can see, the ground floor is 15 feet tall, with then the upper floors being 10 feet and 10 inches. And we can see the undulating pattern that goes across all of the siding, as well as the glazing system behind it. So then here we have the south facade, which then again forms the same pattern as well and continues directly around. One thing to point out here is the height of the building maxes out at 75 feet. So it doesn't overpower the zones around it. Here we have a section perspective cutting through the courtyard and showing some of the double height spaces. We can see how the tiered courtyard connects the two floors together and provide the views directly in. And then with the auditorium being located directly next to the courtyard, they're also able to get the same views as well. Here we have another section perspective showing the glazing of the courtyard on the interior view, and then also the triple height space and the double height space of the circulation zone, with then the communal stair being located on the ground floor. Here we have a perspective of the exterior showing how the different levels might be used. So providing views or meeting spaces for all of the patrons as well, while also forming a secondary circulation zone. Here we have another exterior perspective showing the entry zone of the area while also showing all of the facade. Here we have a perspective showing the courtyard, so we can see how each of the balconies not only provides outdoor space for one floor, but also two. And then here we have a perspective showing a closer look at the balcony system. Here we have a facade section showing some of the elements which will be talked about later. One thing to mention is that the CLT begins on the upper floors with then the concrete starting on the ground floor. So here on the detail section of the foundation, we can see how the UFAD system is working a little bit with it being a wood paneling fitted over a corrugated steel panel with then a foot zone of air distribution here. And then with the concrete piles being located directly under the beam with some of the water. And then here we can see the water storage system. This is a closer look at the balcony system, which it works by having the CLT panel cantilever out with then a steel, the steel balcony being fastened to it, with then a water membrane filling in the gaps in between, and then with then a concrete topping over the steel, and then on the actual facade, it's fitted with a rain screen with then an air gap in between, and then the rigid insulation, and then a gypsum board interior finish. And then here we have a detail section showing the roof connection with the cladding extending up with then an aluminum sheet cladding over it, with then the cork insulation being on the roof, which slopes down slightly to direct water into the courtyard. And then on the left, we have the sun on September 22nd. And then on the right, we have the sun on December 22nd. So it shows how the sun, or how the louver system would block the sun on the different views. And then here we have a facade section axonometric, which shows all the systems more comprehensively. And then, yeah, I'll finish on these two images.
Thanks, Sam. I think you have a really clear and thorough presentation. So thank you. Thank you. And in addition to the clarity of the presentation, there's tremendous clarity to the building organization as well. And I think your project is detailed really nicely, from the offset parapet down to the overhang on the second level. As a pedestrian, I always enjoy walking under buildings that can provide a little bit of shade and protection from rain when that happens. And I really enjoy the shutter facade system. I think it's terrific. I do think there could be along the facade of your courtyard could be much more transparent. I think you really want to maximize the light that you're getting in there. And then I'm not entirely convinced by your office layout. So one thought is, rather than positioning your cell spaces along the perimeter, well, along the south perimeter, there's a bit of an inconsistency happening actually between the strategy that you deploy at the perimeter and that which you deploy at the center lining the courtyard. So for instance, I think on level 2 or 3, you position along the west facade meeting rooms and then cell spaces along the south facade. But then it seems incongruent with what you want the balcony or how you want the balcony to behave, which is a kind of public social space. So if the cell spaces and closed meeting rooms were lining the perimeter, lining the courtyard at the center, then it would allow your open space, your open office to engage with the perimeter. And then I think the balcony space would be utilized in a way that I think you want it to be utilized, that it's a hangout space, it's a social space, it's an informal meeting space, which I don't think you want to occur right outside your office, right? Like if I have a private office, I don't want people right outside my office talking, smoking, whatever they're doing out there. I just, it's a private space. So I think there's some interior reworkings that could really benefit the project. I think the project is well documented and your representation is thorough and thoroughly documented. I do think that you could show with as much kind of precision in the plans in the sections. While I appreciate the kind of rendered sections, I do think that drawn sections would also be successful for representing the project. Your detailed sections are fantastic, and I'd love to see that level of precision into the building sections.
Yeah, I'd love to, I agree with what Professor Norman's saying about really extending the depth of the exterior occupiable space on the south facade so that that edge is participating in what you're rendering right now on the slide where you stopped, right? You've shown us that corner and the nascent public space that is really starting to form there that your project could participate in and enliven and expand. And as I think about that too, I imagine that that corner fire stair nearest to the World War II Museum could actually participate in that end run of balconies and also at the street level, right? You might imagine that one more like the glass stair that we looked at in tech class by Renzo Piano, right? So that it's actually a bit of a lantern on the corner, maybe even participates with the internal courtyard and could have a gate that closes in the evening time, right? So I think there's some opportunity there to find more synergy between that kind of thinking about that public space on the south side by squishing together some of the internal program in your plan and having fewer of those kind of small corridors that you put between program pieces. And if you kind of made a longer bar, you could have a more gracious circulation cross corridor that communicates between the internal courtyard and the exterior wrapped balconies. I think it would be really exciting and wonderful to be there. It would probably cause everyone to work late because at 6 p.m. they could kind of be out on the edge of the building there. And that's kind of exciting. You also might fit in, you know how on the inside of your courtyard you have that communicating external stair between upper levels, and then there's a skipped floor, and then between I think the second and the third floor. You might find that other connector on the south side so that people are actually kind of looping in and out both sides of that bar. Could be really kind of fun. I would think a little bit more about how the kind of plinth is stated at the base relative to the street street and to that public space right now? You mentioned the first balcony starts 15 feet up. That might be a little high. You might gauge where the other overhangs and balconies are in the neighborhood. Usually 14 feet, I think, is where French Quarter balconies start. Too much higher than 12 or 14 feet, they don't really help anybody in a driving rain, to provide cover. So that might be tempered a bit. I also wondered if you might actually drop some support down to the street to help with your balcony structure. I think it might actually make a space on the, let's see, the south, on the west facade to provide a little more shading and mark that main entry. Okay, so a way to think about that. And then the other thing, I had a question. You kind of meant, I think you mentioned briefly, unless I missed it earlier in the presentation, about temporary water storage under the building. You pointed to it in a section. And I was curious about that. Can you elucidate that idea a bit more, Sam?
Yeah, so when working through it with Professor Goodwin, we thought that putting a permeable screen underneath the courtyard so that all the water going in can be stored underneath. And I think it's about like 3 feet of space underneath the whole building right now.
I see. I'm a little nervous about the idea of storing water integrated with the foundations, but I do think that the idea you could go a little deeper under the courtyard, right? Like the practice field over on Claiborne, the 2-lane practice field, that has about 8 feet of a plastic egg crate under the surface. It stores water before it's released out after a rain event. And I think that that might be a way to kind of find that same volume, but where you already have communication with the sky and the courtyard, and perhaps a little less kind of sitting on it. I would worry about how you kind of maintain it, keep it from leaking, eroding your foundations, that kind of thing. So I'd save yourself a little bit of the acrobatics and focus on that nice internal court. And I would say one other comment is, although I appreciated your kind of systematic going through all the different systems, there was a bit of a disembodiment that happened. And by that, I mean, it was hard to actually understand how things were connecting because you showed them to us one at a time. So a little more integration in the presentation would have helped us to understand how things are knit together. So that could be simply like transparent floor plates that stayed, or dashed massing or something like that, so that I think even for you it would be easier to work if things weren't kind of separate. This is a system, this is a system, but kind of to show us how things are actually knit together.
Yeah. I was actually going to start by saying that, Marianne, because like you were saying things like this is the service core that's going to, but like we didn't really know its relationship because we didn't see that part yet. So maybe even starting out with like a plan diagram of those spaces and then jumping into the details would be helpful. Or like if you're talking about circulation, like let's show the circulation corridors with the vertical circulation. But that's kind of getting too ahead. I appreciated the beginning of the presentation, how I think this was the first real product that really rationalized the decisions you made for your facade. You kind of like showed the facades in context and the relationship to the elevations. And I thought it was really clear. And then there was like a strong theme to the rest of your presentation where you're pulling this tonal, this reddish color. And I thought like overall it was very cohesive as a presentation. But I definitely agree, like that series of axonometrics right in the middle kind of like was a little confusing. But yeah, I I thought there was a lot of really great aspects of the project. I think that balcony space, the way you represented it and shown it as like this communal area is really clear. I thought Carrie's comments about maybe potentially flipping some of those office spaces or creating a stronger connection between it would be really helpful. And I thought that the courtyard where it starts out smaller and then expands out, like to kind of get that southern light in there is really helpful because like it's such a challenging thing for a 5-story like donut courtyard building is like, is that space actually going to be good? So I think that's a really helpful thing. And I also agree about the drawn sections. I think this image you're showing on the right, it's really lovely. I love like there's a party going on, like the vegetation in the center. It looks really beautiful. But I think maybe that combined with like an actually drawing the poche and the layers and the details, like if you're talking about this underground cistern, I think this would be a good moment to show it and its relationship to the rest of the building. And I think that's really helpful. On the first floor, I was kind of not sold on the ground floor transparency. Like I know there's like this like relationship between the openings and the facade and I'm sorry, and the structure that's coming down. But I feel like the corner is kind of like this weird like combination of like very solid and then very open. But I think it could have been, I think I would either like picked one or the other, or maybe had some spandrel glass continue over it so that you're having a continuation of that rhythm that's coming down. And yeah, this is kind of maybe a weird idea, but I think as we're doing these mixed use 5-story buildings, there isn't really much expression of the roof. But especially in this courtyard building, I think there might be a possibility for some sort of like angular roof projection. And then you would get a really interesting, this would kind of like tie into your part T of this water retention. Maybe if there's some like angled roof with some sort of roof truss that's guiding the water into that central area. And you'll do that, of course, there'll be like a slight angle on these flat roofs, but that could be a really interesting expression for the top floor. Like in this courtyard space here, there could be like some sort of like exposed truss that's like on that angle that could be like guiding the water. And since it has double height, it could be a little bit lower there. And this is kind of like a particular situation. It wouldn't necessarily work here, but could be something interesting to think about and continue to push the project.
Yeah, I think as I keep thinking about that idea of storing water, right? I've started looking at your roof as Nick was drawing on it, thinking like a blue roof perhaps would help.
Yeah.
And so would a green roof, right? With heat load and you might get a benefit where you're slowing water down plus shedding heat gain, right? So Sam, that might be something worth thinking about in this kind of balance the ratio of your goals for holding back the water before it enters the municipal storm sewer and that kind of thing. And I was also thinking, you also have this opportunity perhaps in some of the upper floors where you have double height space to actually take a bite out of that central courtyard and have an exterior space that's now participating with the internal loop of the courtyard, right? So I think that gives you a way to start to think about where perhaps certain things might be happening on your roof in a way and start to kind of think about that fifth facade.
Everything that's been said is far exceeds my capacity to contribute, but there's a few things that come to mind that may be of interest. One is that of the projects we've seen, there's something that solicits in my mind the opportunity for lighting design, and particularly exterior lighting, because I think with the right orientation to exterior lighting, you could really activate what I feel like at the street plane is ambiguous relationship to the building on some level. And I actually think light can actually work well. Now you have to think about illuminance and a number of other factors, with, you know, how that surface itself is treated. But I actually think that can be, it can actually pull you in a way and connect you with the building that may be a very easy way to accomplish what you want to accomplish. The other thing is I really appreciate everybody's commentary, Carrie's commentary in particular, as to the programmatic orientation to the offices and the working spaces relative to the balconies. I do think that is problematic. It may also be an opportunity to actually pull some of those offices to the exterior. And that may compromise your structural system on some level. But I think it may actually break up these balconies into more intimate spaces as well, and control the social aggregation in particular spaces. And it may also help a little bit with sound attenuation, because I'm trying to think about what the implications are here for the street traffic relative to the design. And I love the commentary, Professor Damaris's commentary on the height and the driving range. I mean, I learned so much, but I do get a sense that there are some sound attenuation may actually help mitigate that in my estimate. But it's an interesting building, and I commend your presentation overall. Very clear.
Thank you.
Okay, well, everybody is so concise and articulate that we've gotten all kinds of really helpful and thorough commentary ahead of schedule. So we're now going to take an extra long break so that Dr. Keenan can go shoot a TV show in the next hour and a half. And he will rejoin us in the afternoon when we will otherwise have a whole new panel. So I'd like to thank Nick, Carrie, and Marianne very much for being with us all morning. Well, Marianne for filling in here when we had had some cancellations, let's put it that way, late. So thanks very much to all of you. I appreciate it. And so Jesse, we'll see you in a couple of hours. And students, we'll see you back here at 1:30. We are starting a little bit later than originally announced, so that we can accommodate a couple of other critics. So thanks very much. You all have a good day, good lunch, and we will see you soon.
Take care, everybody. See you soon.
Thank you.
Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
So Bruce, if you could just keep the Zoom running for the live, that'd be great.
Will do. So yeah,
you just turn off your audio and video and just keep it going. See you later.
Already turned off the audio. See ya.
Hey, Bruce. It's Scott.
Hey, Scott.
I've got to run and grab something, but I'll be back at 1:30. I just wanted to let you know that I'm here, but not here.
Okay, well, glad you got the right links and all that. So good. I'll see you in a few minutes.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, Bruce.
Hello, Ben. Scott just reported in. He's just going to get something. And
Cool.
let's see. Oh, Sana and Jesse are the other two critics. Jesse is shooting a TV show right now, so he might be a couple of minutes late. And Sana is just taking the last part of her licensing exam, so she might be a couple of minutes late. But they're both supposed to be here at, well, Sana at 1:30, and Jesse probably at 1:45. I was just looking up this building that Iñaki showed and posted in the chat. Let me share my screen. I wonder if you've seen this. You know this building?
Yeah, Lena Bobardi.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thing's sweet. Yeah, it's awesome.
Where is it?
I think it's in Brazil. I think. Let me check. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that Gio Ponte was the founding editor of Domus. Huh.
That's cool. I didn't know that either. Let's see.
All right. It's 1:30. Where's everybody? Everybody was very prompt at 9 o'clock. We had all the students and all the critics all ready to go.
This might be a cool link. It's, it's from Architectural Review, an essay about a retrospective on Lena Bobardi. It's not about that building in particular, but
Hmm.
Let's see. What is this thing?
Were you on reviews this morning?
No, I was on reviews earlier this week. But I was at UK yesterday, University of Kentucky.
Oh, really? Huh.
Yeah, third year undergrad.
And what? How was that?
It was fine. It was good. It was a former colleague of mine from Morphosis that is an associate professor there, and so yeah, he had me up. I mean, I was in Zoom, but
Yeah.
yeah, it was fun. But
What year were you what year were
third year undergrad.
Ah, okay. So same as my group.
Yeah, it seemed as though it wasn't a core studio as far as I understood. It was like a special topics, and it was co-taught with a professor from Cincinnati named Stephen Slaughter.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, earlier I was on reviews at UT Knoxville, Wash U, and Miami University in Ohio.
Wow, you've been getting around.
Yeah.
It's easy to zoom around.
Oh yeah, and Lincoln, Nebraska too. But yeah, it's been fun. Nice to see old friends, you know.
Yeah.
It makes it pretty easy too and pretty affordable, you know.
Yes. Yeah, definitely.
Not having
Much more convenient.
Yeah, it was cool. Yesterday's review at Kentucky, there were people from like every time zone, I think, in the US anyway.
So I'm curious what you so Miami Miami of Ohio,
Yep.
Kentucky,
Knoxville and Wash U
and
Lincoln.
And how would you characterize the work at those various schools, or compare them?
Remember, you're streaming live on YouTube right now.
Oh, right. Yeah. Be careful. All right.
I'll give my unfiltered review later, but no,
Okay.
I mean, it was great. I mean, the thing is like the work is different, and different expectations and different kind of motives driving it, and they're all different age ranges too, or kind of experience levels. But it was cool to see the theses, you know.
Yeah. Well, let's say welcome back, Jesse. I hope your TV shoot went well. Good. And let's see, students, could you guys appear magically, please? And we can get restarted. All right. So I guess Ben and Scott need no introduction, and you've already been with Jesse this morning. So I think that we can just dive right in and let Taylor present her project, and we'll take it from there. So Taylor, it's all yours. You can share your screen. Everybody has the concept board link, I hope. It's in the chat, if not.
Okay, can everyone see that?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, hello, my name is Taylor, and I'll be explaining my proposal for Prospect New Orleans. Prospect New Orleans brings art patrons and artists together to form a space of collaboration. So you can see the site in relation to Tulane in the French Quarter. It is located just a few blocks from the Lee Circle and is in between the Contemporary Arts Building and World War II Museum. It's located in zoning section CBD 3. And you can see the site is on the corner of Camp Street and Andrew Higgins with close proximity to the Pontchartrain Expressway. This is the Camp Street elevation. This is the Andrew Higgins elevation. So the Part T is defined by two major moves. The first being the courtyard, which was created to allow sun into the farthest corners of the building. The second is the entry slot created by shifting the center bar. The shifted bar became the core of the building, housing the main circulation space and lobby. So you can see this diagram in 3D now. So this diagram then progressed into a building with wraparound balconies and shading system to further protect from the sun. And the goal of this building is to connect the internal user with the outside, also creating a connection with the street. So going alongside with New Orleans porch culture. So the building has a large gathering porch with amphitheater steps on the Andrew Higgins side, and the upper balconies are symbolic of many gallery balconies throughout the French Quarter. So this is the building and site plan. This is the first floor plan. You can enter on the Camp Street side where you're then in the center of the building. Around the edges are the enclosed program, which includes community art classrooms, auditorium, art gallery, and cafe, all surrounding the center courtyard, which doubles as a sculpture garden. So the second floor transitions to office space with private offices along Andrew Higgins and open office circulating around the courtyard. So you can see the center atrium, which goes all the way up to the top floor where there is skylight. So that brings light into the building. So floors 3 through 4 allow for private offices along Camp also. Again, you can see everyone in the office has access to shaded outdoor space. So the private offices, their balconies are a little bit more private, while the whole office can enjoy that center balcony around the courtyard. The top floor is office as well as plenty of indoor and outdoor event space. So you can see there's a large rooftop balcony. So this is the roof plan. So this diagram shows the interior program. So you can see the top and the bottom floors have that community, more public program. And throughout in the middle is mostly just office program. So this is the circulation diagram. You can see the circulation is primarily around the courtyard. This shows exterior program. So lots of rain gardens, there's a sculpture garden, and a lot of porches and balconies. So this is the Camp Street elevation, and that reveals that slot. The Andrew Higgins elevation shows that front porch in front of the cafe. This is a 2D section of the building, and the 3D section of the perspective gives a little better, a better feel for the building. And it cuts through the building at the core, so you can see the steps, as well as the art gallery on the bottom right. So this section perspective shows the community room, which doubles in its double height space. This is a view from Camp Street. So that's the front of the building. And this perspective shows the project from a corner view. And this shows a view looking from one of the inner balconies onto the courtyard. This is one of the balconies along Andrew Higgins. So the balcony alongside the private offices. And when you first enter the building, you see the staircase, which doubles as a gathering spot, and that's this view. This is a look at the open offices. And local plants are being used throughout the project and rain gardens to help with water retention. So that includes plants like the Louisiana iris, palms, monogras, azaleas, and cypress. As well as the plants, permeable pavement is also being used around the building to help also drain water runoff. The structure of the building is mass timber, and you can see there is a continuous grid used throughout the building. So this is a section cut of the building which reveals the structure being used. And this is a section axon showing the same structure. So you can see here the project in relation to the sun angles at different times of the year. So the winter solstice, spring, fall equinox, and summer solstice. So the building is using automatic sun shading system, which helps protect the interior from the sun. The courtyard also allows hot air to escape as cool air passes through the building. And the building uses a blue roof system to help drain that water and uses it to water plants and drains it out. So this is the HVAC system being used. And that is it for my presentation. Thank you.
Cool. Man, that's a lot of work. You can pull off a lot of stuff in a semester doing comprehensive. Do you guys call it comprehensive or integrated? I always forget the preferred nomenclature.
Integrated is the official title. The comprehensive is still the common.
So that's the colloquial. So you've integrated a ton of stuff in here. I have just one maybe kind of setup question, like it all makes sense to me and it's drawn super efficiently and cleanly and your presentation is very matter of fact. I'm an ideas person, and I'm kind of curious, like if you had to describe kind of if there was a conceptual goal behind the work, what was it and what would be its sort of motive of being?
Well, I guess to start with, I knew that it should have a courtyard just because it's backed up by two buildings. So that kind of donut shape kind of controlled a lot of what it ended up looking like. And I kind of wanted to separate the building and highlight that the core was its own little building. But I went through a lot of like facade iterations, and I wanted to keep it pretty simple and kind of show that the building's kind of cut where that entry is, while also showing that even though it's cut, they're still the same building. And yeah, so I was kind of just like working off pretty literally off that like diagram in the bottom right, just like working around that there's a building kind of cut in half and then this kind of center slot.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, I think to me, the clearest sort of example of maybe the idea that's maybe transmissible through the drawings, if I'm looking at this set you have up right now, is kind of the reduction of kind of a massive building. So to think about scale of envelope in relation to context, that might be one thought behind what you're talking about. And I think that's really nice. And so I guess like, one way to sort of push that a little bit would be, how do you evaluate those decisions? Like what is sort of the way in which you know when it's just right, like mama bear, papa bear, baby bear kind of scenario, and if this is the just right baby bear scenario, how do you know when that happens?
Yeah, I mean, I went through a lot of iterations. I know I was trying to do like a lot of different things with the facade, and it kind of distracted from kind of that partie. So I kind of simplified it, and I don't know, I kind of had to step back and try to simplify the project just so I guess that overarching partie would come through.
Oh, cool, thanks.
I'm a little puzzled about the use of the term rain gardens in your project. I understand a rain garden as fundamentally a sequestering device so that rain is captured and held in a rain garden. So automatically anything that was above the ground floor, unless it had a tank of some kind beneath it, it wouldn't really be a rain garden. And then I'm a little bit, so are you planning on your courtyard having storage space beneath it?
Yeah, so I was kind of planning on the rain garden and the courtyard having kind of I guess, storage tanks for the water that can drain out if needed.
So I think that definitely is a system for sequestering rainwater. I'm not really sure that it's the same as a rain garden. And I don't mean to quibble about specific terminology, except that I think that there's a vague strategy here for cooling the building and managing rainwater using indigenous plants. And I'm kind of feeling like that is nominally present in your project and in your drawings, but I don't really have a strong sense that it operates in a way that is clear to you or that would actually function as it was deployed. Are you basing your system on any kind of set of elements that you've observed in other buildings in the city or in other places?
Yeah, I was just kind of looking online and just studying like diagrams of rain gardens and trying to figure out what would work best. And yeah, no, I definitely think I could do more research into that and try to develop a better strategy. But yeah, this is kind of like my first attempt of like implementing that in a project.
Because it's actually, I'm looking at this diagram, and let me grab my, if you can leave it on the screen for just a second. I'm pretty sure that, what's a good color for cool air? Maybe blue. I'm pretty sure that heat is going to rise up off the street. And I'm pretty sure that the air inside your courtyard is going to be much cooler than the air on the street out here. The air on the street gets relatively little shade compared to the courtyard, and there are few trees to do any transpiration out there. So the most likely scenario for air movement in your building is from where it is cool to the low pressure area created by heat rising off the street. That's actually how it works in many New Orleans blocks. So the air direction is more likely to be the other way than what you're describing here. And it might be that you want to use the particular heat of the sun to exhaust heat in a narrow band where it's accumulating, rather than imagine that there's somehow going to be some convective current rising from the coolest place of your building up here and then somehow drawing air through your building originating from the hottest place in it. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I think the system is operating backwards right now. And I think that the source of coolness, or in relative terms, and the source of heat that drives air movement are not really kind of crisply understood in the context here, although I certainly applaud you for imagining that those things are important and that we could integrate them in buildings to get them to operate. There's Sendai MediaTek is a building that's sometimes put forward that has capacities to operate in these ways. And a couple of others, they usually neglect to point out to people where the trees are planted. And where the trees are planted is usually what's providing the source of cool air. And that cool air then can be moved through the building passively if you know where the heat is, because that heat would predictably rise. And when the heat rises, it creates low pressure where it's left, and that draws air in from where the pressure is higher. So all those, I'm sorry, I'm scribbling all over your nice drawing here, I'll get rid of it. But all those are devices that I think you've been studying in your various courses. And I think you're conscious of them and sort of naming them or labeling them, but I don't really think the intuitive sense of how those operate is conspicuous in the project yet. And the same thing goes kind of with rain gardens, that kind of thinking through what trees will grow in what places. And I suppose all we could really expect with all the things you've had to integrate and consider at the same time in this semester, all we could really expect is the level of sort of superficial deployment of these, because you know that would be better than invasive species being planted here, for instance. But by the same token, I think you can do a kind of shorthand research for these things by just looking at other projects where they already operate. I like the Bullitt Center in Seattle, which does some of these things pretty simply and directly. And then as I referred to, Sendai MediaTek is one that I know has been introduced in different courses. And then happily, there are a bunch of other examples. And just essentially copying their methodology is a good way to deploy those ideas in a project more believably. I could also mention, and this one's even pickier than the one I just mentioned, but if we look at your ground floor plan, you're doing something that is interesting to me right down here. I'm pretty sure that you're putting steps on the sidewalk. And that is a device that we see, because isn't this the curb right here?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So it's acceptable for old houses in New Orleans that are pulled right up to the street edge to put their stoops going down onto the sidewalk. You've probably seen it all the time and had to walk around them. I'm ashamed to say that my house has them too, just because there's no way to move my house far enough away from the street to do that, or to avoid it. But in a new building, I very much doubt that that you'd be allowed to produce that condition. And while I really like the idea that you're thinking about how the outdoor spaces of the building merge with the public domain of the sidewalk, I think that would probably happen in a way that was both more commodious to people and more in sync with the, in sympathy with the programs immediately adjacent to them. If you would provide, for instance, a place where the cafe doubles its space by spilling out into a zone right here. I might have dropped the cafe down to street level rather than elevated it with the rest of the building and put these kind of stairs poking out onto the street. And that's not just the practical issues of code requirements and zoning limits. It's also the notion that the building has a civic identity where it spills out onto the street to engage it. And the building becomes an amenity to the city and not just resolving the private interests of the builders.
Yeah, Taylor, you are allowed to manipulate the level of the sidewalk, but you have to allow continuous passage across it. So basically, you could have a ramp that goes up to the level of the building, and then the ramp has to go down to be at the curb level by the time it gets to the intersection. So if I can mark on this for a second, you're allowed to go from one edge of your site to the other. And so you can ramp up that way and that way, and then have an elevated part in the middle in which you're allowed to go straight in. In fact, you can see this on the diagonal corner opposite, on the southwest corner of Andrew Higgins and Camp. And also it's characteristic of most of the South Market development. And then when that ramp is above the level of the curb, usually at the landings, then there are a couple of steps that take you down so that you can park and walk up. But Scott's right that in a situation like this, you would bump into the steps and have to go around them. And so that's what's not allowed. But this situation is solvable in this on this site. If you can get up to the 3-foot level to some porch that's up here, and then be able to enter from there. And because you've got 117 feet, and you really only need 36 feet on either side, plus a couple of landings, or one landing, you have enough room to do it.
I appreciate this building on a few levels. I think Scott's 100% correct on the underlying fluid dynamics and physics associated with how one would think about ventilation. But nonetheless, I appreciate your intent, and I think that it informed your work on some level. I suppose one of my concerns here is on the third and fourth floors. I'm looking in section. The extent to which you partition an interior space that has glass that on the interior that looks out over the walkway. And I wonder, from one, circulation seems unresolved in how you would access the exterior partition space. And I also, I mean, this has come up in building design before too, is you know, the extent to which you have a social space on in this case, in the interior courtyard, in those walkways, and how much that would maybe in conflict with the use of that interior partition space. It feels a little unresolved and misscaled programmatically. And in fact, I'm not quite sure exactly what you would intend that program to be. I'm just trying to look between section and plan here. But what I do really appreciate, though, is the stairs. I think this is a really strong element for active design. And in terms of it's a natural, I think its placement feels very accessible in terms of promoting people to use the stairs, right? And we know from a public health point of view that that's critical. And I think you've had an intuitive eye for that placement. But I'm still just trying to understand the sectional implications of those interior spaces and why you would partition them, and then how you would access the exterior partition space, because it doesn't make a lot of sense to me why you would necessarily do that. And maybe it's just the way you've represented it in section, but it's a little difficult for me to pull that out. Am I misreading that on some level?
When you say exterior partition, is that the balcony on the edge?
Well, no. So you have the balcony. You have two balconies. You have the exterior balconies, and then you have an interior walkway, right? And if I'm looking in section, you have a wall that separates essentially in either the third or the fourth floor that separate. And I'm looking, actually, if you could scroll down to the section. Can I use my cursor, or how do I do that? Sorry.
Yeah. Is this section good?
Yeah, and if you look on the right-hand side, I'm trying to figure out there's a wall there. I'm trying to figure out how in terms of accessibility and circulation, how do you access that? Is it because you wrap around, and is there a missing hallway in this drawing that I'm not appreciating?
Yeah, the doorways would be along that wall, so that's all private office.
Okay, so that's all private office. Okay,
yeah.
I see what you're saying. So this is really part of your circulation space that could be programmed in maybe a kind of open office or collective kind of community space then.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, and maybe there's an element of transparency in that demising wall that could actually facilitate the a more resolute daylighting strategy as well. Maybe that's just how you represent it in terms of your drawings. But nonetheless, I commend what you've done here and your presentation as well.
Thank you.
You've got doors along here, right?
Yes. Yeah. Right.
Transoms above them, or a clerestory glass band, or something to let daylight that's coming in from the outside make its way through to this area.
Right.
And that would also potentially help with the cross ventilation strategy that you're articulating, because right now it looks like the private offices intercept any attempt at cross ventilation.
Well, that's what made me think about it, and think about your capacity for underfloor, and particularly if you condition for, let's say 5 feet of space, you might be able to pull that off with very little mechanical ventilation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't quite get to, I guess, representing in that section perspective, but I guess in plan, I was using polycarbon walls on those private offices just so I can get through without, while still giving them privacy. So I was did develop some strategy to get light in there.
I mean, it's a relative, you know, this, what you call open office probably needs a little bit more articulation in terms of furniture and space planning conventions, because at this point it's somewhat inefficient. But if that was done well, I think that could really activate that space, but also provide some sound attenuation and privacy for those offices and meeting spaces as well.
Yeah. The School of Architecture has these devices in it. If you, you've been looking at them for years now, and if you go on the 4th floor, for instance, there's a whole band of clear story light above all the office spaces and room 405 up there. And actually the transoms of those windows used to open so that you could cross ventilate and still maintain security and privacy to the offices. So it's like a sort of 19th century strategy. If you want to see how to do things passively, you got to look to the era before mechanical ventilation, and they had to do them passively. And so their systems worked pretty well. They also didn't have chemical deodorants back there either, so they had to keep it cool.
Was there ever a thought to put the office type spaces more toward the core and free up the periphery on the perimeter?
I think I actually originally had a lot of offices were around the courtyard. But I guess like as I progressed, I thought it'd be more like diagrammatically clear if the center was more open and then the edges were private.
Yeah. I mean, there's a couple of precedents that maybe could be useful to look at with kind of shifting some of those office space dynamics in relation to more open spaces. But like the San Francisco Federal Building, Dimorphosis did that, where all the offices were pushed to the core, and then the open spaces were along the edge of the building. And also their Caltrans building could be worth looking at in plan, just to see how they organize a massive hulking building with a lot of, you know, similar concerns that your plan might have. You know, that's 1 million square feet, so I don't know, it's probably quite a bit different in terms of scale. But you know, I think just it's tricky because, you know, I don't know if you've designed a building this big before. Yeah. And so you just wrapping your head around precedents of this kind of scale, I think getting familiar with the different sort of diagrammatic approaches that big buildings sort of operate with is really useful to get a handle on, you know, what would be a partie that would be leverageable or that I could leverage to design around or with. I think the partie was clear. It was at the I think it was the second slide you showed. Maybe you can go back to that one just for a sec. Yeah, I was saying the axon view.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that, or the one up, I think, the pink. Yeah, I mean, I think like that's what you'd call your partie, right? I could imagine that could evolve a little bit to be a little bit more precise. You know, you could go through a couple more sort of rounds, or even demonstrate a couple of variables of this approach yielded these opportunities, this approach yielded those opportunities. The success of X produced the greatest advantage given the context and the site and the objectives of its program. So I like seeing that kind of deliberation occurring in work. And it's a way to start to validate the decisions that you're making so that you can be quite clear with the criteria governing the decisions.
Without completely drawing your massing, in the scheme, I think you could begin to use a drawing like this to articulate some of the major features. For instance, this cut up here is left out of the massing diagram. And yet I think it's one of the major spaces of your building, that terrace up near the top. And I think it also begins to subdivide program, at least on that level. It begins to speak to the cooling strategy that you had in mind for the building. And so probably this is a diagram from an earlier phase. And as the building began to elaborate and the cafe and the steps to the ground and all those things got added to the project, there might be a missing phase here where you go back to this diagram and decide, well, do I really have more going on right now? Or, and are they coordinated elements? Or perhaps you could say, maybe some of the moves I'm making are not supporting the initial concepts, which might mean that the initial concepts were oversimplified, or it might mean that some of the moves need to be edited or brought in line with those initial concepts. So I'm not really meaning to offer a criticism here as much as say that I think your building is more richly developed than this diagram indicates it would be.
Yeah.
And I also think that the things the diagram does indicate, with the possible exception of the courtyard, are sort of secondary elements within your project compared to some of the other pieces, which are much more pronounced and meaningful. And that's just a case of your building being better than your diagram, and that's a good problem to have. You kind of go back to the diagram and rethink it, re-enrich it. And that if you did that, it might get rid of this funny little tail with bathrooms in it that's poking off the back of the building. I really found that kind of silly, that, you know, just to kind of clarify this diagrammatic move in massing, you've actually blocked part of the alley that's there and poked these little bathrooms out. Every time you increase the complexity of the envelope of a building, you add expense to it. And so you've taken two opaque elements of program, the bathrooms, some of the only things that don't actually yearn for natural light, and you allow them to poke out of the building like a bay, and then not, which they don't really need to. And the expression, the tail wagging the dog, occurred to me because there's a little bit of a tail-like quality to that piece right there. So I think that's a stray massing move that's insignificant. And then what's missing here is a big massing move that I think is really great space and really cool on your building in the form of that terrace up there on the top.
Yeah, I mean, I think that move is really fascinating to me too. I think if it were to be kept the way that it is, and what's so nice about it is that it's the stair predominantly, I think that Jesse was calling out. And the stair is fantastic. I mean, that's my favorite part of the project too. And if you can go down to just a plan, maybe the levels 3, 4 plan quick. I know we probably got to move on. I was wondering when I was looking at this, like, I think you could make that a clear formal move that starts to be sort of like this, like the big idea almost in the project, where it becomes this bar that sort of asserts itself sort of formally in the work. And it does it kind of implicitly at the moment, but I think you could really drive it a bit more. And then I was wondering about these elevators. Like, I think it's a little funky to have the elevator doors right at the end of the stairwell. And I was wondering if you just flip this around, you know, 180 degrees, how that would be different. I know it's a big blank wall, but I'd rather be looking at a big blank wall with maybe a cool painting on it or something than like a
statue of Ben Smith.
Elevator. What?
A statue of Ben Smith standing.
That'd be sweet. I mean, you know, just you know, that'd be cool. But then the bathrooms, I wonder what they could become. I mean, it'd be a super cool little like nook that then could be used up and down on the floors, or it could be something else. I have no idea, but I think this could be just a really strong gesture in the project that could kind of carry a lot of the conceptual intent home.
I 100% agree.
Yeah, those, in fact, you could flip the bathrooms and the elevators, make the elevators glass elevators on the outside of the building, and you go sliding up and down that alley. I mean, I know you've left enough room to get by there to have the whole access available. And I believe that you have some sort of garden along the edge there. It's probably shown there. Yeah. And so that actually could be sort of an interesting, really vertical, thin vertical garden there that you get to experience going up and down in the elevators or something like that. So these are all good points.
How tall is this thing? I can't even, it's like 4 stories.
Yeah, about 5 stories.
All right.
Yeah, one of the, I think it was a good point that Scott was making about, well, that all 3 of the critics were making about the articulation of the diagram, that this would be, your decision making was quite systematic. And so that diagram that you've had from early on could well have like 3 or 4 more steps to it. So you could see a kind of animation or evolution in a series of drawings that show each subsequent level of articulation and specificity that you're doing massing wise. We do have to move on, but I have a question about what program did you use for your perspective renderings?
I used the first one's the interior courtyard, and then this is the balcony, exterior balcony, and then the entry stairs. And then
what did you use? What programs?
What software?
What software?
Rhino in Photoshop.
Rhino and Photoshop, because they have a kind of they look sort of flat compared to your plan drawings, which are highly articulate and very crisply drawn, whereas these have sort of flat areas of color without the line work. So not sure how you would address that, but it might be a good idea to use a rendering engine like Enscape or 3D Studio Max, or I don't know what you can use with Rhino V-Ray to try to get the more realistic rendition of surfaces and edges. Others probably know more about that. Nick Lukowski was on the morning review, so he'd probably have a lot to say about that. But it does seem like there's a difference between the spirit of this drawing and the spirit of the plans and some of the diagrams.
If we have 10 seconds, I would also suggest that you use these drawings with 1 more sentence each. So you say, this is a drawing from the corner of Andrew Higgins and Camp Street, looking at the corner of the building. This is kind of the way you presented them. But you also need to say, and it emphasizes the relationship to its context, or it emphasizes the presence of a green band around the building, or kind of give us the cue about why you bothered to draw the drawing, other than it was in the requirements, right? So you tell us what it is, that's helpful, but you also tell us why it is, and then that gives us some insight into what's important in your project, so we know what to talk about.
That's a great suggestion.
Yeah.
But very, very comprehensive, very thorough here.
Yeah, thank you, Taylor. I appreciate the kind of systematic way that that you developed the project.
Thank you.
I believe Laura is up next.
Hi. I will share my screen. Okay. Can you all see the screen?
Yes.
And hear me fine? Great, thank you. So Good afternoon, my name is Laura Gonzalez, and today I will be presenting my proposal for the headquarters for Prospect New Orleans. So in this first slide, this is the building in context. So a little bit about the site. This is a site relationships diagram just showing the general zone in which the building is supposed to be sited on in relation to the Tulane School of Architecture. Then the most important adjacent buildings of the site are the Ogden Museum, the Contemporary Art Center, the World War II Museum, and Lee Circle. So the site is located on the zoning CBD number 3, and that just poses our height requirement at a maximum of 75 feet, which this building effectively maxes out. So for the concept of the building, it started with an idea of filling the site zoning requirements and then determining zones for lights and outdoor views, as well as determining a zone for the building services. So in this diagram, the building services zone is in pink, and all the other zones, such as like for balconies or atrium spaces, are in blue and gray. The next step was to subtract volumes for balconies based on the program. And the third step is to make up for that fact that there would be now a lot of glass on the facade to add an expanded metal screen for climate control and add a louver system so that it can go through that. So for the organization of the ground level, the building services floor goes through all of the levels, and in the ground floor, there's the bookstore, cafe, the gallery, and the community. And then in all the other upper levels, the meeting spaces, whether it be just for a single person or an entire meeting room, are rearranged in various different ways as the balconies kind of shift around. This system was created by the structural grid of the existing of the building. This is the building with its materiality in context. And in these plans, the ground plan, you can see it has a porch condition. The ground plan is inset a little bit. So all the entire facade of the ground floor is a storefront window system. Part of the stormwater management proposal is for a rain garden and supplied by a blue roof in the building. So it is in this ground floor, and then in the second floor, all through the third, fourth, and fifth floor, go through a series of not only variation in the meeting rooms and office spaces, but also in the double height spaces, so that as there is light coming in from the facade, there's also light coming in from the atrium spaces and the skylight that is in the building. So it filters down. This is a roof plan with the blue roof system. Section number A cuts through the middle of the building, and it shows all the different programs that go along. It kind of follows a rule of thirds, and that third is divided once again by the structural grid. Section B, cut through Andrew Higgins, shows the rain garden in section, the gallery space in section, and the variation of all the double height spaces across all the levels, and of course the difference in facades. Section perspective number 8, cut through the previous section, shows just the difference of spaces and how the double heights interact with each other and how the building interacts with the context outside. For the facade, this expanded metal screen was created once again following the structural grid so that it can follow the hierarchy and the differences made by whether if it's a window for a private offices or if it's a glazed wall for another more open space, for example, the open offices. So so it shifts around the existing openings and makes the screen so that it can provide shade and also be part of the composition kind of in a layered way. The finish for the first facade is anodized aluminum with a copper finish, and the metal screen is expanded metal. And then the building services core has its own facade system, which is an EFA system with a stucco finish. This is a solar shade study. If there were to be no solar screen, it would still protect it, but not as much due to how the balconies are inset in the building. Here in this diagram, you can see all the blue roof and the rain garden in the middle, and then throughout the building, there are planters also inset in the balconies against the railings so that they can also filter the water down, and it shows in between the screen and the first facade. And so it looks like this from Camp Street. Here's the elevation between the rain garden and how all the planters shift around and go through. And then in this Andrew Higgins elevation, you can see the difference between the ground floor, the upper levels, and then the building services facade. That also has its own series of louvers to protect from the sun. This is a perspective taken from the corner of the site, and you can see both elevations. So for the building systems, the integrated part of this building, the structural system is a steel beams with steel columns, and then the floor decks are cross-laminated timbers, 6 inches in depth, which is why there's only the steel beams only run in one direction, and then there's an additional steel beam for the support of all the balconies on the west side of the building. This is a diagram detailing the mechanical system. As I said, as there is a bar that has all the building services core, that is where all the mechanical rooms and the centralized fan room is, as well as the elevator, stairs, and the lounge and kitchen area across all floors. For the life safety for the egress, there are 2 ADA accessible ramps on both sides of the building, as well as 2 stairs, one for the main entrance and one secondary. In this detailed section, you can see the blue roof system, the balcony of the roof, which is different to any other condition, and then the balcony of the floor. And then this elevation also shows all the different types of facades. There are 3. One that is a curtain wall for the event space, that is a double height. Another one that is just windows for any meeting room or office space. And then a storefront glazed wall for any other space to get into the balconies. This is an axon cut from the south facade to detail and show in a more graphic and straightforward way the different components of the facade in each floor. So for the experience, as the building has a lot of double height spaces, this perspective is taken from the 5th floor, and the double height space you would see to the right would be the event space. This other perspective is the office I like to design the most. It is the only corner office with 2 walls that are glass, and you can see onto the balconies, which are 8 feet wide, so that they can accommodate a series of programs or just to have tables, meetings, or anything there. And then this last perspective is the view from the other side of the street in front of the World War II Museum. Thank you.
I'd like to welcome our 4th critic, Sana Sheikh, joining us from Atlanta.
Hey, Bruce, sorry for the delay. Things took a little longer than expected for me to get back.
That's
But
okay.
you know.
Yeah, well, how did the test go?
Test went well, likely pass. So
Hey, thumbs up. Very good.
yes.
Well, welcome.
Yeah, good to see everyone. Hey, Scott.
Hi.
It's been a while.
Yeah, welcome. The magic of Zoom brings you back to us.
Yes, for those of you who don't know, Sana, she's one of our illustrious graduates. 2015?
2015?
Yes.
2015. And I just, in case y'all don't know, I currently am in Atlanta. I work at Kronberg Urbanists and Architects. I've been there for, I guess it's been almost 6 years now, and I'm a senior project manager there. So there we go.
Well, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. So sorry to interrupt there right at the end of your presentation, Laura, but the floor is open now.
I have a quick question, if we could start with that. Laura, I think you were describing sometimes some of the exterior features on this building as louvers. Is that an accurate use of the term, or did I misunderstand?
Yes, so there are two types of solar control. One you can actually see in this perspective, which is the expanded metal screen, and then the other one that is just a series of horizontal louvers on the south facade.
So this one is expanded metal, and this one is
They're both expanded metals. The one that it is not, that is a series of louvers, would be this one right here.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Because I think my first thought, if I can just throw in quickly, is, because it's a simple one, is that I find the building compelling, its appearance. There's a great scale gradation and the composition of the elements that you're using to pull this together, together with the deep reveal on the base that offers a kind of civic space or public space at the bottom of the building that seems kind of believable to me, like it would have enough activity in relationship to interior program to be successful and not kind of scary outdoor space that the owners wish you didn't make for them. And then up above, the abundance of covered outdoor space with partial screening, and everything looks just really terrific. Like there would be many amenities around the outside of the building, and you could probably excuse the cost of having done that by virtue of the relatively simple and efficient massing of the building being a kind of thick block. I want to talk about the thick block separately, but just to discuss this exterior, I think having complimented it, I would also say that I think there's a couple missed opportunities, that when you work with fixed screens like the expanded metal, you kind of establish a particular shade relationship to the glass that's irrespective of seasons and movement of the sun, versus a shading system that has depth to it, vertical usually facing west and horizontal facing south. And that depth can determine when sun is permitted and not in an entirely passive way. And then finally, it can be an active system because you've got all this outdoor space. There could be instances when people standing on a balcony or in an office inside can come out on their balcony or gallery, as the case may be, adjust their sunshade on the building's exterior. That could be done computer controlled, or it could be done manually controlled, or some combination of those, so that natural light, which we have in abundance in our climate, can be an advantage only and never a kind of problem. So rather than the fixed system that you have that's going to cut down on the harsh sun, but it's also going to limit the gentle sun in some parts of the year. And I guess what I'm trying to say here is that you seem to have a strategy that makes a bulky, thick building. And offsetting that strategy, you have a light and potentially malleable and efficient exterior system that regulates light and heat gain on the building, and that offsets the thickness or bulkiness of the building's interior along with your deep cut on the base. So thinking of this as a project of trade-offs of spatial experience and economy, I think there's an intelligent strategy at work here if you just devote a little bit more attention to the operability of those screens on the outside, which look cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some really exciting things on this project. In particular, I do appreciate the attention to the facade that I think is pretty compelling, and that you've got an idea behind materiality and seemingly unconventional materials at that, even though they're quite conventional in their standardness. Something that I'm wondering about, it's a little, maybe I'm picking up on it from one of Scott's concluding comments from the last presentation about providing emphasis for why, why show this drawing. And the way that I'm thinking about it in your project, Laura, is really in relation to building systems. I think in like presentations, we have to think about our audiences and all of that. I start wondering, like, yeah, I mean, every building has to satisfy mechanical systems, structural systems, facade systems, egress, all of that. What would be more compelling to an audience, or at least an audience that you're trying to captivate, would be what about the way in which you worked on those systems makes it worth telling in the story of the project? So like what was either unconventional about how you approached a mechanical system, or how did the facade system, you start to do it, I think, best in the facade system descriptions. But I think in each case, rather than just merely sort of saying, this is the circulation diagram demonstrating that I've successfully satisfied egress, how do you capitalize on the kind of nuanced approach of movement? You know what I mean? That's more interesting as a story and would be more captivating to an audience that isn't the building, the city that has to stamp the approval, right? But I think if you can do that, then you're gonna have a lot of success in captivating your audience.
I think you've been able to successfully accomplish what other projects I think have fallen short in their continuous extension and wrap of the balconies. And I think the fact that you have isolated these balconies programmatically, I think makes a lot of sense because you're able to control those spaces and have, I think, a greater concurrency in different uses without having to worry about, compromised circulation that may be distracting, for instance. So I think you've actually done something that that others have not fully accomplished. I agree with Scott on the screens, although the mechanical intervention, the O&M implications on that, if one were to go with that route, there may be alternative, it get cost engineered in a certain direction, I suppose. But I think that's successful in some measure. I guess what overall, I think in general, though, I'm a little bit skeptical of the efficiency of the floor plates. I think that the balconies are there's probably too much balcony space as it is. So I'm telling you somewhat conflicting things in the sense that you've segregated it appropriately. But overall, I think the floor plate is not terribly efficient for what you want to accomplish. And part of this, and everybody I think struggles with the true programmatic demands of the client, which seem to be pretty heavily based on a fairly conventional office format. And maybe that's your brief, and maybe I'm overemphasizing that unnecessarily. I think there's a little bit more nuance there than in terms of alternative demands of the space and the extent to which this space may be, we say this in generic terms in terms of flex space, but the idea that you can have multiple programmatic iterations over the life of the building or through different tenancies or subtenancies. And I think about, because you've pulled in these spaces and somewhat partition them in ways that are sort of irregular, I think it would be very difficult to reorient that to a subsequent tenant or to a subsequent user. And maybe that's, maybe not, but that's my sense of a kind of inherent limitation of your strategy in a way. But going back to the ground plane, I think this is one of the more successful projects. We saw, I forget who the student was earlier that had the curve. Who was that, Bruce, that had the wonderful curve?
Yeah.
sort of, I think you,
Yeah.
I think the lift here, I think makes all the sense in the world. I think that there's probably a landscape intervention on some that helps direct you to a more central orientation to the entrance. And there's some minor things that you could do, but in my sense that this could be quite successful and indeed would be occupied in service of the interior programmatic elements in terms of the food and beverage and things like that. So I think this is in many ways a nice contrast to that project that we saw earlier. There's something about this that is quite appealing, and I'm not quite sure where those are. Now I'll turn this over to others to speak in those terms, but I appreciate what you've done here.
So I missed your full presentation, so I'm only really reacting to the 3D view and kind of the building itself and what others have said. And for me, the thing that I feel like is the biggest lost opportunity here is that I like the idea of the project, you know, the sunshades, the balconies. I enjoy the engagement at the first floor. However, I feel almost as if this building is kind of a building that's plucked out of any site and can really go anywhere. And I think Scott touched on this a little bit earlier, where again, the screening is kind of done unceremoniously without, you know, really taking into consideration the orientation of the building, the views, the, you know, the site constraints more or less. And I think that is where the project really could have looked deeper into, you know, making this less of an idea of a building and more actually thinking about the site and the context. Another thing that I was thinking about is, though I do appreciate the first floor, how open it is at the street, I do feel as if we lose some hierarchy as far as, you know, where is someone supposed to go when they're going to this building? Where's the entrance? I feel as if it's kind of just one monotonous surface across. And that, you know, and this is something where you think about places where you enjoy walking, buildings you enjoy walking by, I can guarantee you they're never going to be just monotonous, the same surface all the way across, glazing, glazing, glazing. So I think maybe thinking about hierarchy of form and how you actually enter and move through the building would have really aided you on the first floor. Because again, I think you've got like the ideas, I think you've got the ideas there, but you just kind of need to take it one more step. Like, how do you articulate the entrance, kind of like what's currently sketched here? How do you make it so that if tenants are going to be at this ground floor, like they want to feel like their entrance is celebrated. So maybe like each entrance has its own kind of way of articulation. And maybe that has to do, or that ties into how you do the screens, like formally, architecturally. So I think those are the biggest things that jump out to me. And then is this a stair tower at the corner of the building that's like this kind of light beige? Is that a, well, I don't know what it is, but it's an awful shame that it's street facing is all I can really say about that. Again, we don't want, you know, things that could potentially be service right at the street face. You know, if we're gonna tell people they should walk by this building and enjoy this walk, we shouldn't be putting things like that, you know, right at the street. So those are kind of my initial thoughts. Another thing, actually, balconies are fantastic, but I also consider thinking about indoor-outdoor spaces, you know, roll-up doors, spaces that can function both as, you know, closed, potentially conditioned, potentially not conditioned spaces, but then also be fully opened up for use. And that can give you some variation, so it doesn't just feel like you're doing a balcony, 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 balcony. Yeah.
I think those are all insightful, what we've been hearing about this building. And I hope you're hearing the good parts too, Laura, and not just the critique. But can you show us the section that goes through the skylight in your building, either a rendered view, or maybe just the straight section?
I think this is easier.
Oh, okay.
Scrolling upwards. I think the one you would like to see is
There we
this
go.
one.
Yeah, that looks perfect. So this feature of the building, the skylight piece, it seems like that might have been one of the elements that emerged in some way on the facade to indicate its presence within the building on an abstract level, but then on a specific level, it might highlight an alternate entrance or the location of circulation or some kind of hierarchy to the facade. And maybe not just one big conspicuous bar like I was scribbling, but some way of acknowledging that presence of that piece. And that might come along with my comment here, which is that I think that the thickness of your building depends on some light from above, and that light from above has an opportunity to bounce around inside because of the way you've created double height spaces and you've positioned them in a cascade with lots of glass. I think you would get a kind of secondary and even tertiary light effect in your building. So I think that's all really terrific. Given the intensity of the sun in our climate, I sort of wonder if you could do that with a clerestory up there on the roof, a kind of pop-up that lets light in from the side instead of a top-lit piece that's likely to just gather a lot of heat. So this brings in light from the side. That light from the side has the capacity to be filtered and managed just like light on the facade. So you can screen it with operable elements that let in more and less light depending on the time of year. And they're way easier to maintain than these kinds of skylights. And there's plenty of people in the industry who will tell you, well, we can put this film or this coating or this system of glass and plastic and all these things on top of that, and it'll help to deflect the sun. But that's sort of like creating a problem and then finding expensive solutions for it, as opposed to just moving to a sort of older fashioned version of that way of bringing the light in. And then the last thing I'll mention is that you can even open these kinds of clerestories in a variety of ways and exhaust heat from the interior when climatic conditions merit it and get some passive cooling for your building. So that's just a kind of quick environmental primer on this piece, which I think is right for the building's light and gets you a potentially more efficient use of the site volume available to you. But it, I think, is actually just a heat gain device in the meantime.
I wholeheartedly endorse that position. I think clerestory good, skylight bad. And it's almost true in any climate because you just can't control the light or the heat through a skylight. Plus, they always get dirty and they look like hell after a while. Nobody ever cleans them. But yeah, Scott is really right. The ability to open a clerestory window or potentially windows on both sides of a clerestory to evacuate heat. It's actually a really effective strategy, even in a hot, humid climate. Like the Cajun Dome in Southwest Louisiana is a naturally cooled stadium, indoor stadium, that's got a cupola on top of it with clerestory windows all around it can be opened. And so the breeze blows across it and it literally sucks the hot air out of the top of the dome. That's what all those monitors are for in factories, where you see a long, thin room with a long, thin, basically clerestory, but they call them monitors for some reason. Again, pre-air conditioning that allows a heat control system. But you're all set up for it right there.
And doesn't it look 90% cooler in your drawing like that? It just, I mean, you can get functionality and grooviness.
It's grooviness.
Looks like a teapot.
Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe you'd get a good designer to draw it instead of me. But,
how much time do we have left, Bruce? I don't want to probe.
Oh, we only have one more presentation after this. We're a little over time, but if you all don't mind, I think that nobody else would mind hearing more info.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably a better question for the beginning of a review than the end, but I'm always curious to know what students' favorite buildings are and why they like them. And Laura, if you had to say at this moment on May 6th, this is my favorite building, what would it be?
Well, I thought about my presentation today, not to answer a surprise pop quiz. I don't. My favorite building,
Yeah.
I think right now would be my house.
And you're held to it for the rest of your life. We're gonna tattoo it on your cheek.
I changed my favorite building on the hour, so you can just name it. But
No, I think I actually have an answer. It would be my house from home.
Cool.
I grew up.
Was it designed by an architect?
It was not designed by an architect. It was designed by my civil engineer grandfather. So it is a perfect square, and you can see every column and the girder. So
Yeah.
yeah.
So
and it's
you might like the Smithsons then. Yeah. You know, like truth to materiality kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that's a super great response, and it's a totally valid one. And I'm just sort of picking up back on my earlier comment. If you can speak to those kinds of qualities when you're describing the various systems of the building and be able to demonstrate that through the visual communication of the work, that'd be amazing, you know? And there's plenty of precedents in architecture that work with that as a driving motive. And I think the Smithsons might be one example that could be useful, but yeah, that's great.
Great, thank you.
And what's your favorite building this hour?
Oh God, my favorite building that I haven't been to is Corbusier's church infirmary.
Oh, the cooling tower.
Yeah, right. But if I could go to any one building that I haven't been to, that would be where I would want to be teleported.
Yeah.
But yeah, to me, it's kind of like a combination of Corb's rational mind and his more sort of esoteric kind of formal mind. And I think it's a really nice compliment.
Okay, well, we'll ask you again in the next hour.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Laura.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your comments.
Yeah, this is cool to see. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Ryan, you can take us home here, the cleanup hitter.
Okay, let me just share my screen. Great, can everyone see that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Where are you on concept board?
Oh, I'm one left of Laura.
Okay. Thank you.
So I can wait for everyone to find that.
I've actually been I have an easier time these days just marking on the screen. If you all don't mind, marking on the Zoom screen.
No, that's fine. That's what we're doing in the morning.
Okay.
Or at least Iñaki was. So.
Okay, is everyone ready for me to start?
I think so.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Ryan Harnish, and this is Prospect New Orleans. Oh no, there we go. Sorry. This project is located in the Warehouse District of New Orleans, and the site occupies what is currently a parking lot for the CAC, and it is adjacent to the World War II Museum, the CAC, and the Ogden Museum of Southern Art. These are the adjacent buildings with the CAC on the left and World War II Museum on the right. The project maximizes the space on the site, including vertical height. And then into this massing, very deep windows are introduced as a shading strategy. And then from that, two carves are made, one on the corner for access, and then a terraced courtyard in the center to provide light and outdoor spaces. The ground floor is divided into 3 bars: a public bar on Camp Street, which includes the cafe and bookstore and a community space, and then a service bar next to the World War II Museum. These are divided by a long linear gallery spaces, first with a, yes.
Are those the 3 bars?
Yes.
Okay.
Then between them are the gallery spaces, and there's 3 types of galleries. There's a open lobby gallery, then there's the courtyard, which could be used for outdoor sculpture, and then a more permanent exhibition space in the back. The Prospect offices are organized with all of the open offices around the periphery. And these would probably be hot desks. And then the more private offices are located along the World War II Museum with meeting rooms kind of fit between those. The 3rd floor is the first floor of rentable office space, and this includes an event space with a large adjoining terrace where events could spill out and use that as well. The 4th floor is basically the same with the double or the open space from the event space but with a smaller terrace bridge. And then the 5th floor adds extra meeting rooms instead of those event spaces, again with the smaller terrace. And then the roof is a green roof to help sequester water and help with insulating the building. This section cuts through the community space and event spaces to show those double height spaces and their relationship to each other. And then also the adjacency of the terraces to the offices. This section cuts through that central gallery bar and shows that terraced courtyard, and then the meeting rooms along the edge of that, which are right up against the courtyard to provide natural light. The facade of the project draws inspiration from the CAC with the repetition of openings and the larger windows on the ground floor. This is just the same thing, but zoomed in a little bit so you can see more detail. And then the south facade partially mimics the World War II Museum with that large glazed storefront window on the entrance. And again, the same thing but with more detail. Okay. This section perspective shows the terracing of that courtyard, and you can see the cut there with that courtyard on the ground, then the terrace for Prospect, and behind you can see.
He's talking already.
Yeah. You're unmuted. You can see the terrace and the bridge terraces on the 4th and 5th floor. And this is cut in the opposite direction again, so you can see those bridge terraces, but in perspective. The structural system for the project is a two-way flat slab with beams introduced spanning across the community space to allow for that to be more open and without columns. The mechanical system is a VAV system with distributed fan rooms on each floor, which is adjacent to a supply chase. And then the DOAS and condensers would be located on the ground floor in that service bar I talked about earlier. Here are just some life safety diagrams showing the furthest point from each egress stair and those distances. The green roof is abnormally deep for the type of plants that would be grown in this, and that is to help sequester extra water and provide additional insulation for the roof. And the plants are chosen for their drought resistance, and they're all native. It's an axon cutting through the entrance to show the 3 different window conditions. The large storefront window at the entrance, and then the porches on the 5th floor, which run around the perimeter of the building. So facade detailing, showing essentially the same thing. And then sun studies of those porches, which are 6 feet deep to provide sun shading. And as you can see during the summer, almost 100% of the sun is blocked when the sun would be the harshest. And then during the winter, it allows more light in, more softer light. And this perspective is taken kitty corner from the project, so you can see relationships. Yes.
Is that right? Is that correct?
That's correct. So you can see relationships with the CAC and World War II Museum, and it gives you kind of an idea of the depth of that facade. And this is taken from what will be a plaza in the World War II Museum to show that kind of continuation of the plaza into the space around the project, and again, the depth of the facade. This is from the terrace for the event space, showing how this could be used. People could work out here, have conversations on their break, just kind of just an enjoyable space for people to be in. And then here's offices on the Prospect floor, right up along that storefront to allow for lots of light and views out to the World War II Museum. And then I'll just end on this slide with kind of a whole little bits from the whole presentation that kind of give the idea of the project.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ryan.
Ryan, I might have been distracted at a moment during your presentation did you show us a facade view of those 2 buildings next to each other?
Yes, I can go back to that.
Is there's not a cornice though, right?
Yeah, there is. Right. Go ahead. Go back.
I'll make the computer explode or anything, but I just thought you might have shown it and I didn't.
This right here?
There we go. Can you talk briefly about the relationship that you intend between these two buildings?
Yeah, so the idea was kind of just the repetition of the windows, the materiality, and then that division between the ground floor with those wider windows versus the deeper, more repetitive, smaller windows above that. And then also, I continued the stone, that like 3 feet of stone from this on the ground level of the CAC across the facade of my building.
Pretty conspicuous relationship in your project, and that's a conspicuous building in the immediate context, and so I think it makes sense to take a relationship to that building as your point of departure. And then I think you've elaborated that relationship in an interesting way, saying that the qualities of old load-bearing masonry walls, if we think about the plane of glass enclosure carefully, we could actually turn an advantage to that wall thickness that was seen as a disadvantage to efficiency when the frame was introduced. So I think that's an interesting way to approach a historic context. And there's other strengths of the building too that I'll come back to later, but I just want to look at that one to start with and mention 2 quick thoughts. One is that I think the relationship to the existing building is somehow at the same moment too mimetic and insufficiently mimetic. In other words, there's a cadence to the original building that has a level of subtlety to it that yours rejects, and to the face of greater Aldo Rossi repetition, I guess. And there's which there might be a reason for that. I'm noting it rather than criticizing it. And then the way you mobilize facade thickness in service of climatic control is the same, it appears to me, on the south as the west, when in fact the west light is different in the way the facade would intercept it than the south light on the other side. And the difference is dramatic enough that I can imagine 2 kind of takes on a load-bearing masonry building being simulated. And then the last thing I'll mention is that I think you need one more relevant modification to your facade, which is to capitalize on what essentially are the void spaces you're creating in simulating load-bearing masonry thickness in a frame building. So the simulation works as the window returns to give you depth that controls sunlight, but that I don't want to call it false depth, but that non-structural depth, you don't seem to be turning around and like routing ducts through it or sequestering water in it or, kind of exploiting that space. It seems like it's just a deep cavity wall. So I wonder I think I'm posing those more as questions or maybe rhetorical questions if you wish.
Yeah, that's that whole thing that you just talked about is definitely something that I thought about and would have liked to explore more of.
Yeah, I mean, I immediately looked at this and said, this feels like Goody Clancy could have produced this and with a great deal of sensitivity to context. In fact, I think this building, of all the projects seen today, is most responsive to the relationship that Scott has set up here in appropriate terms. But I also feel that the mimetic relationship, if you will, does break. I don't think that you necessarily needed to have equal dimensions and repetition, I think you could have rescaled to equivocate the cadence that you get, and you could have even, curve those top top recesses. I mean, there's a long number of things you could have done that would have been more responsive, but maybe would have otherwise compromised the intent of your design. And I understand that. But I don't think that there's any necessary logic to have equal dimension. And I think that you could have played around with different iterations of that in ways that would have been equally as performative as to the underlying intent. Yeah. And that includes the dimensions of the recesses themselves. I don't think there's any construction logic for why you would have to have that, but nonetheless, I think it's interesting. I also really appreciated the HVAC and the VAV. I mean, I really got a level of specificity here in citation that is quite accessible. The service lane here feels realistic. And probably necessary as you have located it. But I don't know, some of your interior renderings, the ceiling, I don't know what it was or your rendering style, the ceilings felt unusually low. There was a dark mass to the material. I felt very enclosed in that intuitively, and I would have perhaps chosen a different orientation of those interior renderings because there was a kind of enclosure there that felt quite limiting.
Yeah, and ironically, it's not a feeling that you get in the reference building over here. So
yeah, absolutely. Anyway, I've said enough, but I think that, I mean, I understand that. I understand the Rossi reference, of course. And this has been a technique that others have employed, but I think you've done so in responsible ways. I think when you talk about the construction of this, can you pull up a section, a wall section, just so we can see that?
Would you rather see the axon or
just a detailed wall section? It seems like everybody's had those, and maybe I overlooked it. Yeah, I'm not sure this is how you would actually construct this. I think this is. Oh, I see. Okay, I see. Thank you, Scott. I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. Yeah. Okay, I see what's going on here. So that's just a void in there.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
That's what I'm talking about here too. Is that I mean, you're taking advantage of one quality of depth here to control light, but then there's another quality that depth has, which is a cavity that an original building would fill with brick wise because you're carrying weight with them. But in your case, you're not filling it with that, and that's even more space than the most the most tree huggy person would fill with insulation, because you just don't get that much return on the investment. So I just wonder what the meaning of that is, and maybe the slab of your building stops here and this cavity runs continuously through at places to allow you to distribute systems, which allows you potentially have a lesser ceiling here and so on.
If I can kind of speak about that for a second. The cavity actually is continuous. So the slab only continues all the way out to create those window sills. So between the windows, that cavity would be continuous.
But does it function in some way?
No.
So maybe the right.
I said before, something I would have liked to. If I been able to continue with this or continuing on with this project.
You're saying it doesn't function yet, but it
yes.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I love where this is going. I mean, I think the conversation is super fun. Can you flip back to the camp elevation? Yeah. This is arguably your most important drawing. It seems like the one that is most evident with respect to its context, and especially with respect to competing architectural ideologies. And so one other way to think, like, I love the Rossification of this thing. Like, if you could push Rossi more, Like I've always wanted to couple an Aldo Rossi building with an Erwin Worm sculpture and make like Fat Rossi or something. But what I think, so like there's that spin that you
There's
can
a
run
name
with
for that
Rossi.
already, Ben. That's a Giorgio Grassi building. You got.
Oh, really? I need to look that reference up. That sounds amazing. That sounds like my what my dreams are made of.
Yeah.
But another, so like I love you could push the Rossi theme to like no end, but then there's also a way to think about like you have building A and building B, and in the middle is building C. Do you do A plus B equals C? Do you do A minus B? Do you do A equals A prime, A double prime? I don't know. But like I think like you've set yourself up for like this kind of historical game, or this kind of game of narratives that could be really played in your favor that you haven't really capitalized on yet.
Yeah.
And one of the things that, and I mean, really the coolest part of it would be creating something fully unorthodox. And, you know, I think you could run with, I don't even, like that building to the right or the left. I mean, you could have so much fun coupling that with like the World War II museum and make some Frankenstein. But I think the other idea behind the thickness of the poche, you know, the thick masonry wall, to me, there's another way to think about it too. On one hand, it's a way to kind of hide mechanical systems, or to make use of it in terms of like hiding things and shoving the kind of the junk in there. But I was thinking about it from another vantage point, based on a lecture I saw by Marcos Cruz, like in 2010, where he was super fascinated by the fleshiness of Baroque walls, and like thinking about how to occupy a Baroque interior, like the flesh of the poche. And there's another way to think about it where you could start to really live in the thickness, or make it more sort of innate to its experience. But I think so there's another real way to kind of critique that and sort of imagine it as an opportunity. And the last thing I'll mention is what Scott's first sort of question in the very beginning of your talk, which was in relation to the 3 bars idea. So you can go back to that diagram or whatever it was. Yeah, so first thought is the structural grid should participate with the logic of the 3 bars if it's truly a conceptual logic. But then also I think about the way that 3 bars creates a kind of an if-then proposition. I like if-then propositions, at least the way that a conceptual diagram sort of promotes that idea. So like if there are 3 bars, then what is the output of that as a ruling or predominant logic in the building? I have no sense of the 3 bars after your description of it, and even in this drawing that suggests it, there is no clarity of that as a driving motive. So I think if you want to make that a priority, either demonstrate it through your visual kind of communication, or just drop that from the story.
Okay.
The latter is the superior track here, because you do not have 3 bars.
Yeah.
I mean, for the way the project is organized at present, just drop it. But if it wasn't to be dropped, you would want to be able to kind of find proof of concept somehow.
Yeah.
It organizationally or functionally, it does exist on the ground floor. But I think that what you'd need to do is just have a difference in the paving pattern, or the floor texture right there, so that you identify the lobby gallery as continuous, and then this, the cafe and the community room as something else. You've done it here, and in fact, might be helpful to run this grid over to here to make it even more clear. But
yeah. I think Ben's right that if he misaligns it from the structural grid,
right,
then it's not going to correspond to this really powerful facade idea, and that's
right.
going to leave you with this kind of discrepancy between, floor patterns and a kind of real legibility of the building in 3 dimensions that often comes from the facade and the section rather than the plan. So
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And it doesn't really obtain on other floors either.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's easy. That's what I call a thesis fix. When you come to the end of your thesis semester, you change your thesis to fit the building you've designed rather than changing your building to fit your thesis. It's a lot more efficient. It takes a lot longer to redraw something than to rewrite it.
Yeah. Plus, it's more intelligent because that's the nature of the design process.
Right.
Is you don't wind up with the idea that you started with. If it's a good building, it'd be purely coincidental if you happen to wind up at the end with the preconception that you started with.
I had a wildly impractical professor once who told us that we should always go home and sleep the night before the review, and then we should come in early the next morning and draw all our diagrams for the building, because that's the only moment we would actually know what we had done, rather than these diagrams that happen weeks before the final presentation and are utterly undermined by the actual building. So, but that's...
Yeah. And I think that a more extreme version of that is what we often do and what I ask the students specifically not to do, which is to draw a conceptual diagram at the very beginning of the semester, which I think is really crazy. How would you know what your concept is before you've studied everything?
Yeah.
The concepts are always ulterior and retroactive.
I mean, I agree with that in principle, and but I think they can be useful as ways to get ideas going, and then the feedback loop. It's not like, well, here was this a priori.
Yes, right. You just got to let go of it. You can't just keep grasping onto it or cling to it. Yeah.
I mean, then a building becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, which is essentially a big building.
Yeah.
So I'm confounded by one element at the ground plane, which is these kind of faux garage doors. What's your logic of that? What are you trying to do there? And are they necessary?
So that came about with basically just to create kind of that depth in places where there needed to be an opaque wall.
Yeah, my sense is that there's an alternative material that can work for you if you're going to go that route. It pulls you in, but then you're left with it lets you down a little bit because the brick is still there, right? You almost want, maybe it's a mural, maybe it's I'm not sure, but it feels like a level of redundancy that's unnecessary given what I think you're intending to do there. It's an opportunity. It's a canvas. You set yourself 2 canvases here, and you haven't given us anything on those canvases. Or at least the section I'm looking at. I think you've got 2 on one side, maybe 1 on the other.
Yes.
Okay, this is gonna be kind of wild, but stay with me here. Let's get back to the elevation where you have the existing building and then your building. Because I think a lot of people have mentioned Rossi in this review, but the thing that I actually think of whenever I think of this is not that you were going for something more postmodern, more that you were almost leaning towards like a classical direction. And especially if you're trying to work with the context. So for me, I think the thing that, like, I enjoy your partie, and I think it's so interesting how strong your and because to me, your partie is really, you have a cube, there is, a hole in the center of it. It's a courtyard building with a chunk taken off the side of it, which I think works pretty well for the context. But the thing that interests me is that you're drawing from this adjacent building. So maybe instead of thinking about, well, okay, I'm just going to make these windows the same size and like roughly space them the same way across the whole building, it'll be brick, like that's fine. I almost want you to go a step further. Like if you're going to go the direction of something more classical, think about classical proportions. Think about like, you know, is this pilot, how wide is this pilaster going to be in relation to this window? Is this window going to be like, you know, 2 by 3 as far as a height? Like I really want you to look at the proportions, because I think that's another thing that
I actually did do a lot of that near the beginning of working on the project. And I ended up with most of the windows, not all of, they're slightly higher on the 5th floor, but all the windows are golden ratio. And
well, I think the thing,
I gotta say, Ryan, that is not.
I feel like you may have started there, but I feel like you've lost it. And maybe it's maybe it's the way that things are, maybe it's the way that you've rendered them. Maybe it's that you haven't really thought of any, not brick ornamentation necessarily, but, you know, there's no delineation of pilasters, or, you know, do you have this like kind of coping up there? I don't know. Like I see sills, which is the one thing that makes me think, well, you've got these like very distinct sills, but everything else is pretty, you know, smooth, straightforward. So I want you to lean into the classical direction as far as the actual like the brick goes of the building. And maybe if you're leaning in that direction, and maybe this is too wild, but you say, yeah, this is a 3-width like masonry brick building, and maybe it's heavy timber. Like, I don't know, maybe you lean into that direction. And then whenever you think about, and then these like chunks you've taken out, this courtyard, maybe those are the places where it's clearly like, this isn't classical, this breaks away entirely. And maybe that's what becomes suddenly so exciting about the building, is that, you know, this isn't a classical building. It's a building built now, it's contemporary, and we can do these crazy openings now. And maybe it's in the way that you emphasize those two things that I think could make this building more just like, oh yeah, it's like rational, like take it a step further from just being rational. I also think that your partie, because I almost feel like we lose that kind of courtyard in the center, which I think is really great just from a conceptual standpoint and like knowing the climate of New Orleans. I do wish that you had a roof on it, just because it's going to get really hot in the summer if someone is sitting out there in the center. But I like the idea of it. I just want there to be more distinction there. And in that way, I can almost see what you're doing with like those faux openings like on the 1st floor, because you see that all the time with like old, you know, classical brick buildings where like they're just repeating the pattern. So like you've taken bits of it, but you haven't really like gone there all the way. But yeah, so that's kind of where my brain went as far as your overall design goes. I think you've got the partie, but just like pushing it a bit more. And maybe you didn't want to go in the classical direction. That's the other thing. And maybe you do want to go in kind of a different direction. Maybe it's not that this building is meant to be more classical. Maybe it is more postmodern, or maybe it's just more contemporary. I don't know. Maybe you remove all of the sills. Maybe you don't do brick. Maybe it's a different material in and of itself. But the way that it, but it still harkens back to maybe the proportions. I don't know. So those are.
What's your favorite? I'm sorry. Sorry.
No worries.
Were you done? I didn't mean to cut you off.
I'm done. I have, again, this is just something I thought of, but the other thing is I think your mullion pattern is another thing that is hurting you and not helping you, because I think what you've done is if you've just kind of arrayed a simple grid of like mullions, et cetera, behind these large openings. And I think you just need to be a little bit more thoughtful than that. Like, again, you've been so careful and meticulous about most of this building, especially the fenestration, that I think that level of care should also go into then like the mullions that are going behind that. So yeah. I'm done now.
I think this is really, I haven't had a conversation like this for a decade, so I'm excited about the.
Me too. I was just about to say that.
The
I think
way,
it's so great to be talking about facades and proportions and relationship to context. And anytime Rossi and classism come up, my ears perk up.
well, but let me just appreciate the comments that everyone's offering here, including Sana's notion that maybe this is a relationship between modernism and classicism, which is exactly what the kind of driver between all those other reference points we've been discussing has been, between load-bearing masonry and frame, between classicism and modernity that tries to correspond to the frame in a more meaningful way. And I just want to make two really simple, probably oversimplified points. One is that in this building, in the existing building, the architects have established an A-B rhythm with the columns so that there's a division line between fenestration that corresponds to structure and another one that corresponds merely to a subdivision in order to produce proportions that are palatable to a classical sensibility. And then in your building, you've not differentiated in those spacings between what ends up being structure and what ends up being a subdivision of that. And that, I think, is one of the things that lends it the air of abstraction that have sent Ben and I rushing off to various reference points, and Sana imagining that maybe you have some secret classical ambitions. And I think all of it boils down to that kind of missing piece, I think, of your observation of this building, where it's not so much that I'm suggesting you mimic that, but I am suggesting you acknowledge that there's a difference between this piece and this piece in your facade, and that maybe that's what allows you to differentiate this facade facing west from this one facing south, that has different responsibilities with regard to solar energy, and that also that you could start to exploit the cavities of one side differently than you exploit the cavities of another. So all that kind of winds up with me wondering if you looked at Sullivan's Wainwright building or Kahn's Exeter Library, which are.
I love Louis Sullivan.
Yeah.
So I didn't specifically for this project, but I'm very familiar with his whole body of work.
I think Wainwright is a great building to look at, but I also think that Kahn's Exeter is a sort of take on Sullivan's Wainwright. And the concepts and ideas between the ricochet between the two of them really encapsulate, I think, the dialogue of modern architecture and its departure from load-bearing masonry. And so that your project is evoking all these questions, I think, is really rich and terrific. It's a good, competent building behind all that too. But I also think it's a good place for you to put some additional energy as you move forward if you find this conversation as exciting as we do. And I do want to say that I'm almost 100% sure that you do not have golden sections in your facade unless.
They're 4x9 is pretty close.
It's hard to tell. I picking up on Scott and other commentary there, thinking about this kind of missing registration, and I wonder if very subtle modifications in the brickwork pattern itself could achieve, for instance, that A-B orientation. If you had running bond versus a stack bond, you could vary the brickwork itself to provide some orientation there to give a little bit of greater registration. And I also think from a sustainability point of view, and this would be almost an entirely different building, but if you had whitewashed brick instead, it would certainly have a superior value in my estimate.
I just dropped in the chat an Arc Daily post on the colors of brick that might be useful for you. I agree. Like, to me, there's not enough experimentation with the brick as a material. It's sort of just taken as a given. And, I think it's sort of this, like, I feel like the brick is sort of this, it wants to be so much more than what you're giving us. Like, it's so weird to use just like firehouse brick.
Mhm.
But you never acknowledged that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, what's your favorite brick building? Now that I've opened up that can of worms.
Favorite brick building.
And it can't be Sullivan.
Oh, how
Within the last
how close
30
to
years.
Sullivan can it be?
What?
How close to Sullivan can it be?
How about within the last 30 years?
Oh, within the okay. Oh, that's a much harder question. Favorite brick building in the last 30 years. I don't know.
That's a bummer.
I wish I hadn't answered that question off the top of my head.
Yeah, you should have that answer. And I just encourage you to look some stuff up. I mean, I think, like, if you're going to use a super conventional material, but you're trying to do something contemporary at the same time, I think it's useful to sort of know what spirit you're trying to create.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Ryan, you've actually you had several precedents of buildings, Spanish buildings mostly in hot dry climates that had like brick screens and things like that. And I have to admit, I don't know who the architects were either. I remember the buildings, but they weren't by famous architects. So I know you've looked at them, but I think it's a really interesting question because the last 30 years means it would be almost certainly non-load bearing construction. And Louis Sullivan is too, of course, but traditionally we think of brick buildings as being bearing walls.
Check out this Simone building in Bogota. I mean, he's considered one of the great brick masters in my estimate. And I think that's there's some conflict that we set up for ourselves that's irresolved between these, exactly as it was previously said and much more articulate than myself, in terms of these classical contextualism and the modernity from which brick can create conflict and friction. And I think that's been done. I dropped Simone into the chat because I think he successfully negotiated that, particularly in kind of landscape urbanism as well. But there's a missing sort of curvilinear element here that would break the plane in a way that adds some visual interest, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
You could also take a look at, looking at brick buildings in the last 30 years. Rafael Moneo's, what's the name of the building? Ruben uses it as his virtual background all the time. It's a Museum of Roman Antiquities, I think.
Oh, I've looked at that. I really like that project.
Yeah.
It's older than 30 years, though. You can't use it.
Yeah, but he's still alive, so that counts.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, and I don't know whether we had a conversation about Rossi, who I think is one of the most important architects of the late 20th century. And
Kahn.
I'm sorry, what?
We talked more about Kahn.
Yeah. And we did talk about Exeter. So I'm glad that Scott brought that up. But in any case, I find Rossi really fascinating architect, and with respect to what Sana was talking about earlier, with respect to, you know, well, I guess it was Ben who called it Rossification, or you know, postmodernism, classicism, and so on. What I think distinguishes Rossi is his, at least early in his career, this desire to sort of not be about style, but rather he tried to build the type. You know, he was really interested in typology and trying to transpose one sort of functional type onto another, or the formal type of one function or program onto another one, or just reduce all the stylistic gestures to the absolutely essential ones that would not have any specific reference, but all kinds of general experiential reference, and thereby make the building kind of more universal and archetypal, which is what I thought was his great contribution, was the emphasis away from this, you know, stylistic pastiche of postmodernists like Venturi or Moore or Stern, and towards the more typological, organizational, and kind of integrated strategy that was not a matter of kind of pillaging keystones and broken arches and things and pasting them onto buildings.
Well, what you're talking about, Bruce, I think is super fascinating, and I love the goal of the archetype. You know,
yeah.
And it's like a you know, trying to distill something to its purity. You know,
exactly.
And there's a reference to a quote that actually by an architect that you and I both know, Bruce Coy Howard.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Who, when I interviewed him one time, he had like a really provocative statement that was, I'll try to paraphrase it. It's always interesting to me that architects strive for timelessness, while most oftentimes operating with themes that are timely. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because, you know, architects, I think, love to believe that their ideas are participating in some sort of timeless sort of, you know, goal, but they're really oftentimes just timely, you know, of the moment, you know, the fleeting sort of fad. And so how do we negotiate those realities? And I think like the archetype is super fascinating as a goal.
Yeah. I mean, this brings up this really interesting and rich area of discussion about the evolution of style, because I think you could argue that the buildings that we admire from any period, you know, whether it's a Bernini church or you know, a Richard Norman Shaw apartment building, are embodiments of what was timely at the time, and that most exemplified or manifested the spirit of the age. So in a way, the way to be eternal is to be most true to your time. But Rossi seemed to argue against that, and at an appropriate time, because at this point, all of history is available to us. You know, we can, I mean, everything is going on at once. There is no kind of cycle of styles, because, you know, there are things that are being built right now that are completely classical. I mean, right in our city, there are things that are completely traditional, extremely well detailed and authentic looking, while there are also things that are unabashedly from 100 years ago modernism.
Anachronism doesn't really have the same reality today.
Yes.
I've always, on that note too, I've always wanted to run a conference called Over Again. dealing with the fleeting nature of architectural ideas.
Yeah, or the eternal return, because they all come back. But I think what Rossi tried to overcome that by kind of penetrating to what is typical amongst buildings of many different eras, which, you know, he was living in that environment in Milan, and taking only what was characteristic of all of them, which typically was something organizational. So, and not stylistic.
Yeah.
And then he tried to just make everything else as reduced as possible. So windows just became square and all lined up. Anyway, I think that your building has a relationship both to, to his two most important buildings, the Gallery, which is extremely repetitive, and the Modena Cemetery, which is also repetitive, but the main cube, the columbarium, is kind of similar in that it's only the outside that has that brick kind of solid masonry grid of small square windows. And on the inside is the same sort of open columnar, modern, in his case, steel structure that you're utilizing with heavy timber.
And he stuffs ashes into his interstitial spaces, his wood.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, strangely enough, another building that came to mind when the critics were talking about how to utilize the space within those vertical, the depths of your facade and the vertical chases, was the Center Pompidou, because the back side of that building is just nothing but pipes, and they're the decoration on the building, and it seems like you could have all of that stuff, all of your services supplied that way, and have a bunch of things going in the other direction too, namely the water management system. In fact, again, Center Pompidou's steel columns are unprotected steel. That is, they don't have any fireproofing on the outside of them. The only way they can do that, the reason they can do that, is that they're filled with water. So, you could have an enormous water storage capacity in your building by just filling up those columns with steel tubes.
Bruce, I'm sorry to say that I have to run along here, but are we at your last? Is this the last project of your group?
This is the last project, and we've run far over. So I appreciate everybody sticking around, and I also appreciate the ability to have this kind of discussion, which, as you say, Scott, it's been a long time, and I really like it. So that's why I don't want to let it go. But I appreciate you all staying here this long and offering such interesting commentary. Very helpful too.
Yeah, and congratulations to the students in your group. I think everyone's managed, at least the ones I've seen today, have managed to do the integrated studio project, understand the different systems and how they fit together in the building, and then also search for architectural expression and kind of larger world of ideas that we discuss. And then at a few moments in everyone's project, there's those two things that fit together: technical resolution and abstract ambitions in a project. And I think that's really a terrific instance. So thank you for this very thoroughly represented and clearly presented work.
Thank you, Scott.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It was fun. Like, I don't know. I mean, I can talk for far too long about stuff. So I love the conversation, and I really appreciate being able to participate in it. Congratulations to the students. This is like such a hard semester. I always describe it when I'm doing admissions that this is arguably the semester where you'll complete your most or produce your most complete building project as a student, because of the various things you have to account for. And it's really impressive to see what you're able to do over the course of 15 weeks. I mean, in an office with buildings of this scale, it's hard enough to do it with a team of 15 people, and you're a team of 1 and 2 with your instructor. And it's just really exciting to see how much dedication you're able to put into your work. So thanks.
Thank you, Ben. I appreciate it. And thank you, Jesse, for being here all day.
Well, listen, thank you very much for having me. I'm not sure to what extent that I advanced much of a productive dialogue, but what I do appreciate, and that falls into my wheelhouse of competencies, speak to are the various environmental systems, which I think really shaped the intent of the design, but I think manifested in actual creation of space. And I think that there was a great deal of sensitivity to the alignment of your own ambitions as architects, but also the programmatic needs of these clients. And I think that that's something that is always a challenge, and I think that is certainly well represented in not only the work, but how you presented that work. And I think that's a perfect proxy for professional preparation. And I'm quite happy that you invited me to join you. So thank you for having me.
Thank you. Yeah, I think you represented that position with a great deal of eloquence and insight. So we really appreciate that. Thanks. And Sana, it's good to see you again, and we'll definitely have you back again. Thanks very much for your participation and your perceptions.
I wish I could have gone in sooner. I've enjoyed reviewing for you, and it's great to see what everyone's doing back at Tulane. So happy to be here.
You're right. Right.
You're always
all right. Well, thanks everybody, and thanks to all the students too. I would like to have some sort of wrap-up meeting, but I'll schedule that with you. So go out and enjoy yourself.
Yeah, good job, everyone.
Bye. See you.